morning. This is the public hearing of July 11th, 2017. Chair Srinivasan.
Here.
Commissioner Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Chapin. Here. Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Here.
Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Lutfi. Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Here.
Commissioner Voss.
Okay, Commissioners, the first item on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness of the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 18-1970. This is 122 West 73rd Street, located within the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. It's a neo-Grec style row house designed by Tom and Wilson and built in 1881 to 82, and the application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions.
Good morning, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation Staff. The application before you is 122 West 73rd Street, located between Amsterdam and Columbus Avenues in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions. The rooftop additions, including a two-story penthouse and bulkhead, will not be visible from a public thoroughfare. The brick chimney extensions will be visible over the primary facades to the east and west on 73rd Street. And the three-story rear yard addition will be visible through a narrow opening in the street wall on Columbus Avenue. The applicant is also proposing extensive restoration work at the primary facade, which will include restoring the missing stoop, and this will be handled at staff level. The architect, Ulla Boschinska, is here to present.
Good morning. My name is Ursula Buczynska. I'm the architect for this proposed work. So as mentioned before, 122 West 73rd Street is one of three row houses designed and built in 1881-82. Architects are Tom and Wilson. On this first slide, you can see the block. Sorry, trying to figure out the pointer. So 122 West 73rd, as you can see, the green four-story in the center of the block. Most of the block is higher, taller than our three row houses. Most buildings are 5-story. We have some 7-story row houses as well. Here we can see the tax photo and the existing three row houses. Our row house is the center one, the salmon colored currently. What we're proposing on the front facade is where, as Karina mentioned, we are restoring the existing stoop and recreating the parlor floor entrance into the building. Currently, it's 8 units. We're converting it back into a one family with a small second apartment on the basement level. As you can see, the addition is, although it's 2 stories, we have sunken the 4th story down into the section of the existing roof. So the addition really just reads as a 1-story addition. And as you can see in the context, the buildings to the east and also further to the west are all 4 stories plus basement, and our addition matches that height. In the rear, we're proposing 3-story addition with the existing 3rd story of the original row house visible and readable in the context. We're proposing materials. We're restoring the existing brick on the 3rd floor, and otherwise proposing glazing and stucco. And here you can see again the addition in the context of other buildings on the block. There are some additions to the west and to the east of our building. And again, the addition reads matches the height of the 4-story buildings close to us. This is, again, a context photo of the block. The addition is not visible from Columbus Avenue, as you can see here. If we come closer, walking west, we can see the chimney extension, which is necessary because of the rooftop terrace that we're proposing. So you can see it here. We're proposing it to be constructed out of brick and basically blend in with the surroundings. Over here is another view of the chimney extension. And one more. So here the chimney extension, as you can see, blends in pretty well with the extensions of the neighboring buildings. No more visibility walking west on West 73rd Street. Now here are some photos of the rooftop mock-up. And you can see we also constructed the mock-up for the rear addition, which is in blue, the scaffolding in blue. And to the left is the addition next door, which is a little bit shorter than ours. Here's another photo of the rear addition and the rooftop addition, and an addition to the east. The right photo is an addition to the east of our project, existing. Here is the sliver that Karina mentioned on Columbus Avenue, where the rear addition would be visible slightly, but out of the context of the existing facade. And another photo. Oops. This is the rooftop addition mock-up. We, at staff level, we already lowered the addition. We had a stair bulkhead going to the roof, which was removed. So the actual mock-up was built for a larger addition, but the red lines show the currently proposed addition. The piece at the very top, the cube at the very top, is the elevator bulkhead, which also is not visible from any streetscape. This is the roof as it is currently. Now this is the section of the existing building, roughly 40 foot tall. And here is our proposed addition. In the rear, roughly 10 feet out, plus a 5'6" greenhouse. At the top, as you can see, we have lowered the ceiling of the 3rd floor in order to dip the 4th floor addition to the roof line, to the existing roof line, so that the addition actually reads as a 1-story addition. Here are the elevations to the sides. We're proposing stucco on both sides. On just the chimneys, we would construct in brick, so the portion that is visible would be brick. I'm going to browse quickly through the restoration of the existing stoop and parlor floor entrance. And these are stoops on the block, other existing stoops. And we're also restoring the windows on the front facade. Now here are the floor plans. I'm going to skip through those as well for now. So we are proposing a restoration of the entire facade, which right now is painted in a salmon color. The front window frames would be black, the rear and west and east facades would be stucco, brick on the third floor of the rear facade, as well as the chimneys and rear window frames in black anodized aluminum. Here are some photos that we did before the mock-up was constructed. Again, you can see the portion of the mock-up that is visible versus what is actually being proposed. So just to summarize, we believe that this addition is appropriate given the fact that the block has a lot of taller buildings and the fact that the addition is not visible from the street, as well as the chimneys that are mostly visible against other buildings. That would be the end of my presentation.
Okay, I just have a quick question. Yes. On this drawing, does this include the other rooftop additions that you've shown on page 1? So if you go to the plot plan, it doesn't seem like there's anything over here. So everything is flat except for your addition. So I just want to know if that's accurate.
Let me just go back. Is there a quick way to go to 1?
Yeah, I think you have to do it on the actual computer screen if you want to skip, but it's probably easier just to go click, click, click.
So there's a lot of sort of orange additions onto the 5-story buildings. I just want to understand whether it doesn't seem like it's captured that, right? Okay.
Yeah, it might not be. We used a 3D model available online, and it might not have the latest additions visible. But
Also-
ours is the one labeled. So the ones that are closest to ours don't have additions.
Okay, Michael, and then I.
Oh, sure.
I just had a question about the back facade.
Yeah, me too.
The stucco, is it over metal stud? Is it EFIS? Is it cement stucco?
No, it wouldn't be an EFIS construction. It would be over a metal mesh. We would construct it over metal
On a
mesh.
masonry or on metal stud?
On metal studs.
Okay, thanks.
Can you see the elevation? So what's going on above the 3rd story, that kind of half window?
So the half window is the 4th story addition. Maybe let me jump to the section.
5th story.
It is buried, okay. Yeah. Uh-huh.
So you have basically half of the 4th floor visible beyond the 3rd floor.
Sorry?
There is half of the 4th floor visible beyond the 3rd floor. Yes, or a clear story.
Okay, are there other questions? Any other questions? All right, just to clarify, the chimneys that you show that's visible, are those the chimneys in your building or it's the adjacent building?
One is for our building, for the fireplaces in our buildings, and the other one is for the adjacent building.
Okay. All right, and which one is which? It's the one on the...
The one on the west is ours.
On the west. Okay. All right, thank you. We can take testimony. Sean Cresandi?
Good morning, Commissioners. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West.
The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee commends the applicant for the restoration of the facade of this 135-year-old landmark. Returning the windows to their original configuration, along with cleaning and repairing the facade and reconstituting the historic masonry stoop with balusters and railing, will return the street presence to this landmark. Our committee believes preservation is a social responsibility, however, and not quid pro quo negotiation. Restoring a facade is laudable. Turning a 3-story row house into a 5-story alteration changes the reading of the row, and in this case, forces the construction of visible adjacent chimneys. By raising a 49-foot 3-inch cornice 20 feet above the new bulkhead pinnacle, coupled with effectively a 3-story rear yard addition stretching over 16 feet past the existing rear wall on the ground level, yields a result that is out of scale with the historic character of this building and historic district. Our committee would request the reduction of excessive bulk in a more appropriate proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Patrick Waldo.
Good morning, Commissioners. Patrick Waldo, Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the proposed rooftop addition to be an inappropriate extension of this historic row house. At 19 feet in height from the roof termination to the top of the bulkhead, this addition is far too tall and consequently very visible from Columbus Avenue. On a distinctive Upper West Side 2-bay house such as this, there's no feasible way to add a rooftop addition that is not visible. Perhaps this is a challenge that simply should not be met. Additionally, the proposed rear yard addition with its full width and full height dimensions is completely incongruous with the other rear yard additions on this block. There is no precedent for an addition of this nature, and it is a departure in both scale and materials from its neighboring row houses. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, Community Board 7 recommends disapproval of this application. And the committee finds that finds the sum of both additions to be inappropriate to the historic character of the building and the historic district. So that includes the 3-story full addition at the rear and the 2-story above the roof. Okay, do we have any additional questions? Do you want to respond to any of the comments? Okay. Yes, sure.
Real quick, and that's that this is going from a single family to a multifamily?
No, it's going from a multifamily to a two-family.
Two-family. So on the 3rd floor, there are 2 kitchenettes? Sorry, existing, sorry. Never mind.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we can close the hearing. Comments? Yes, Joe.
I guess I'm not as offended as the testimony is by this building. It seems to me that the only visibility is that little tiny sliver above the chase bank, and it's very hard to see. So, and I do commend them for the work they're doing on the front of the building, and the restoration of, even though it's not before us, I understand that. I very much appreciate the restoration of that stoop. I think that's a fantastic piece of work.
Okay, other comments? Yes.
In many ways, this meets the normal criteria that we often apply, although it's always discretionary for each application. In other words, they've retained the top floor, whether that's important or not, they have, and altered the first and second floors with a very glassy rear, which we often approve. They've set back the rooftop addition from both the front and rear facades, which usually we like to see. It's not visible except for the chimneys, which is usually a pretty good sign. They're restoring perfectly, it seems, with staff involvement, the whole front, which is laudable. But yet, And the two-story addition has been sunk down within the top floor laudably, so that it's in effect a 1.5 story, could even be seen as a 1-story addition, I suppose. But I just want to say, boy, if this is appropriate, it's borderline in terms of overwhelming the existing building. I mean, there's that final criteria. Does the overall addition, the bulk of the height and the addition in the back overwhelm the sense? So I've stated all the reasons I think it's generally appropriate, but it's pretty close, and I wonder what others might think.
Yes, Michael.
I kind of agree with Fred here. I mean, the fact that it's sunken into the roofscape a bit still makes it, for me, a 2-story addition. And it's treading a funny path here where visibly it's a 1.5 story addition. And are we going to begin now allowing 1.5 story additions because people are sinking these things into the roofscape? I have the same misgivings, I think, as Fred about this. And I think it's a bit too much for this building.
Yes, Mike.
But yet, can I just retort that also above the cornice, although the dimension is not noted exactly, it's 9'4" to the top of the new roof. Yes, there's a bulkhead above that, I understand, on a little portion of the building. 9'4" plus what seems to be another couple of feet at most. So that could easily be seen as 1 story, you know. It's just, there's another story tucked in there, but it's not visible in any way.
I mean, I appreciated Fred's comments because I think I was thinking along the same lines. And what occurs to me that might, on the other hand, I do think that this is in the approvable zone, and I think one of the reasons why I think for me it falls on that side of the line is because of the context. I think we have a very disrupted block with a very varied surroundings, with some high buildings, some low buildings. This is not a pristine Park Slope block. So I think that allows me to do it. A couple of things that I would suggest that could be done perhaps at staff level if others agree that would make it a little bit less overwhelming. I think that the materiality of the back facade is very commercial. I mean, when we see these glass facades classically, there's a little bit more masonry on the edges. There's a little bit. It's not exactly a kind of an aluminum storefront system. This looks to me very commercial, and I think the fact that it's the same below and above, and I don't want to get into the design of the rear facade because that's not something we usually talk about, but I think part of the impression that I have of the rear plus roof addition, which is most overwhelming, I think, from the courtyard elevation, is that kind of the fact you've got like a new apartment building with 1 floor of an old townhouse floating in the middle of it. That's kind of peculiar, and I think that with maybe if it were masonry, maybe if it had a little bit less glass on the lower levels, maybe if that spandrel was not expressed, so that you didn't really read it as a 1.5 story. Why the hell is there like a 5th and a half floor floating in this building? I think that those might help, and I think those could be done at a staff level. It's pretty standard fare for us.
Okay. Other comments? Yes.
I think what brings it over into the approvable zone for me also is that, even though the 2 flanking buildings don't have additions, every building, it seems, down the block has an addition on top of it, so it's not so egregious.
Okay. Any other comments? I would agree. I think it's sort of a borderline, but I think it's approvable, and it's for some of the reasons already mentioned. I think the block is very different from other blocks that we've seen, and I think that sort of at the rear, it's already kind of overwhelmed by additions, extensions, a mix of heights. So I think that the amount that they're adding to this building gets almost sort of dissipated because of its existing rear context. So I think that just in terms of your suggestions, I think particularly the top 2 floors, perhaps they could work with staff to think of making it read more like a one-story addition at the rear, and that can be done, I think, treated in terms of the spandrel that they have there. Set that back and treat it somewhat differently.
What do we think of the stucco as opposed to brick? I mean, that makes it all the odder.
And for me,
Was that?
could you go to the elevation?
Yeah, the elevation.
I mean, what struck me about that sheet, and I know that it's not going to be experienced exactly the way it's shown there, but it just struck me as a kind of very decal-esque way of developing a facade, where I have this kind of 7-story apartment building facade in my AutoCAD toolbox, and I just snipped out the 4th floor and stuck it in there. And the fact that the lower is the same as the upper, and that it's kind of this very generic aluminum storefront system, window wall system, it has a very non-historic, non-specific quality that neither engages with the history nor mimics it. So for that reason, I think what Meenakshi was suggesting, it makes sense to me. It kind of, you're trying to differentiate lower from upper. You're making a rooftop thing look like a rooftop thing instead of yet more of the same building without that little caesura that was snipped in. And I think the addition of masonry to the base is a no-brainer, which would further weight it down and give it more distinction as bottom versus top.
The brick at the lower levels, and I think that may
It's
actually
easy.
establish the distinction between the two
Yeah.
as well. And it'll actually, the lower floors will feel much more integrated into the existing building.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't we suggest that? Okay, John? Oh, sorry, Fred.
Okay. In the matter of 122 West 73rd Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District, this is an application to construct rooftop and rear yard additions. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special character of the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. I further note extensive facade restoration work, including the restoration of the missing stoop, will be addressed at staff level. I recommend approval, noting that the proposed rooftop addition, elevator bulkhead, mechanical equipment, and railings will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the 2-story rooftop addition and 1-story bulkhead will be set back from the primary and rear facades, and that the 1st story of the addition will be sunk into the roof line and hidden by a tall parapet, and therefore will not overwhelm or diminish the scale and character of this 5-story row house. That the proposed rooftop addition and bulkhead, clad in gray stucco and featuring fixed encasement single-pane metal windows and doors, and the extended brick chimneys, will have a neutral presence and are in keeping with the character of the rooftop accretions found within this block. That the block features several large apartment buildings and other row houses with 3-story rear additions, and that the rear yard addition will not project into the rear yard further than the existing rear yard extensions within the block. And therefore, the work will not overwhelm the building or adjacent buildings and will not diminish the central green space. That while the rear yard addition will be visible through a narrow opening in the street wall on the west side of Columbus Avenue, this view is in the context of other rear facades and additions within the interior of the block, and therefore will not call undue attention to itself. That the 3-story rear addition will not rise to the full height of the building, thereby preserving a sense of the building's original volume. That the design and materiality of the rear addition, clad in gray stucco and featuring fixed encasement single-pane metal windows and doors, will maintain the building's residential character and is in keeping with the character of the rear facades of the block. That the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. However, I recommend that the lower floors of the addition be clad with brick rather than stucco, and that the applicant work with staff to diminish the scale of the upper floor rear elevation to make it seem as if it's one floor rather than two.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the second item on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness at Borough Manhattan, docket number 194834. This is 1 Bond Street, an individual landmark, the Robbins and Appleton building, also located within the NoHo Historic District. It's a French Second Empire-style commercial building designed by Stephen Decatur Hatch and built in 1879 to 80. The application is to replace mechanical equipment installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good morning, Commissioners. Derek Danner and Preservation Department staff. The Robbins and Appleton Building individual landmark is located in the NoHo Historic District on the south side of Bond Street between Lafayette Street and Broadway. The applicant is proposing to replace HVAC units that were installed at Jones Alley without Landmarks Commission permits and install 3 new HVAC units. The architect is here to present this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we start, I just want to mention that today is Derek's last hearing item. He's been with us for 2 years and has really been an exceptional preservationist for us. But he's moving on to Historic House Trust. So, John, he's going your way. So lucky you. But I think all of us really do want to thank you for your service over here. You've been great.
Thank you.
Yes.
This building on off Bond has had an art supply store in the ground floor for many decades. Right now it is a Blick art store. Before Blick took it over, it was another art store. In the 90s, they applied for and got a permit to put air conditioning units in the back alley, Jones Alley, and a certain dimension off the back of the building is actually in their property line. Whether those were actually approved or not, we don't know. Sometime about 7 years ago or so, the units stopped working. When we tried to fix them, the parts were no longer available. And also the way that they were placed, all at one end, they were short-circuiting in that the air that was being expelled was being taken back in by the same units. So when we tried to replace them, we okay. So this is where they were, and this was the permit that they got from the building department, but we're not really sure if they ever take the landmarks. So this is the area where they were, and when we tried to replace them in kind, the units had changed quite a bit, and we made an assumption, which turned out to be not so good, to try and put 2 units together rather than 3 separate units, because they have cellar and a very large first floor. So this was the replacement of the 1 unit, and then we tried to put 2 units together in one. They had elevator, they had other doors, so we couldn't get them all at one end of the space. And anyway, the new unit, the double unit, turned out to be a bad idea. It did the job, but it made a lot more noise. And what you're seeing there, the smokestacks and other things, are additions that we made to it along the way to try and cut the noise, we had it wrapped, we had done a number of things. All of those helped a little, but at the end of the day, they still were not good. The good news is that in the interim, new units have been developed, which are much quieter. We have in our report a whole acoustic report of what could be done. This is the back of the building. And we're suggesting replacing them now with 3 smaller units, which are much, and that's the part of the acoustic report up there, but they're much quieter. They meet all kinds of EPA and other requirements for decibels, and they're lower. They take them away from the second floor windows, which were the biggest argument from people upstairs when they did open their windows. An art supply store does have a lot of humidity and other sensitive materials, so they need to run the air conditioning pretty much for half the year. So it's a pretty important element. Anyway, the point being that the alley is only 15 feet wide. This is all the way at the back. There are quite a few other units in the alley that belong to other people, but this is the view from out on Lafayette. And these are the proposed 3 new units. This is actually one of the existing units still in place. So you can see they're quite a bit smaller. Further, we're pushing them as far back as we can push them. And we think that this is a big improvement on what it is. This is from on Lafayette Street looking back, and you can see it's quite a narrow thing, and there are quite a few other things in there ahead of it, but that's not reason. But this is the current unit, and the other units would be behind it. So we're looking to try and legalize these units in the best way, most minimal way possible that we can.
Okay, and it's set back from Lafayette Street by 150 feet,
Yes.
right? And you have 2 intervening, like a chain link gate and also a steel gate,
There's half of original steel gate, and
Okay.
then there's a chain link gate.
which is the one I think that you showed us in the photograph.
That's about, the main gates are about here, the chain link gate is about here.
Okay. All right, yes, I have a
But
question.
the gate means that there's no public right-of-way or passage
There's no
through
public
there?
right-of-way. I don't know what the rules are, but it's been gated. It's gated at both
Both
ends.
sides?
It's been, it's gated up at this end as well. So you can't go through Bond Street, not in my lifetime. I don't know what the thoroughfare rules are, but it's not within the purview of this application. I don't comment one way or the other about it, but they've always been gated.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other questions? All right, we have one speaker, Patrick Waldo.
Patrick Waldo, Historic Districts Council. Despite the numerous TV shows and movies that set their New York scenes in dark, narrow, steam-filled alleys, alleys in New York City are rare. The few that remain, a part of our city's current grid system, often contain centuries of history. Jones Alley is no exception. The alley derives its name from New York City's first comptroller, prominent lawyer Samuel Jones, who was known in the late 1700s as the father of the New York bar. Popular legend holds that the term jonesing originated from the many drug addicts who frequented this alley in the 1960s. For these reasons, we would like to see this alley preserved to its historic state, perhaps not littered with heroin needles, but at least not cluttered with bulky mechanical equipment. We hope the applicant will work with staff to find a more appropriate location for this equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. Yes.
Just have one question, I'm sorry. You indicated that the new units are smaller than, will you explain why? I'm looking at LM3 and I'm looking at LM4, and the height of the existing ones, the one on the left only comes halfway up the doors to the right of it, and the one on the right looks like it's about a foot shorter than the set of doors, and the new ones all seem to be almost within a foot of that set of doors again. How are these smaller? I'm originally from New Jersey, I'm sorry.
That's all right. You're right. This one is shorter, but it is bulkier and makes more noise than the current units. The new units, I think, part of what's up here is a certain amount of sound attenuation equipment that didn't exist 7 years ago.
But the unit is larger, it's
The
not
height
smaller.
of it, yes, is
Thank you.
larger than this one, yes.
Okay.
And there's no way that these can be partially inset into the building, or is there?
This is the back of the building.
Right.
But, I mean, there's a large series of these folding metal shutters,
Uh-huh.
which have been there, I think, forever. I don't know when the last time they moved was, but they've, we were trying not to cut into that
I
or
see.
do anything.
Okay.
This is the inside of the building immediately there.
All right, so it's, I think, sort of balancing that with just taking away historic fabric. So this is left outside and then connected through. Yes?
Yeah, I'd just like to know that staff is satisfied that this is the smallest unit that is capable of doing what they need to have done here. Yeah.
The areas are big. The store is quite large.
Yeah, Commissioners, I don't think that the staff has the expertise to make that. I don't think we can comment if that's in fact true. This is what the applicant, this is their representation. The staff's job is to push the applicant to come up with the smallest one they think will work, and then it's ultimately up to the commissioners to decide if this is a appropriate installation. But I think the technical issue is
Okay, well,
we don't really have that expertise.
It was represented as being smaller too, and it's not, so I'm just a little curious about that.
I think it's smaller than that one unit, which is closer to Lafayette Street and much higher, right?
The larger unit is the one we've gotten the most complaints about.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, we can close the hearing. Comments? Seems like it's a kind of a necessary evil, so to speak, but I think there's certain mitigating aspects. It's much deeper into the alley. It is a rear alley. It doesn't take away historic fabric from the building itself, and they'll paint it in a color which is going to be, right? So it's not going to be something that will blend in, and we can make sure they do that. Any other comments? Okay. John?
In the matter of docket number 19-4834, 1 Bond Street, the Robbins and Appleton Building, an individual landmark in the NoHo Historic District. Application is to replace mechanical equipment installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the NoHo Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the replacement of the existing mechanical equipment installed in the rear alleyway without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits with new mechanical equipment with a neutral gray finish that is shorter and further set back from the sidewalk will help the installations recede from view, that the mechanical equipment will only be seen from a distance and in the context of the utilitarian rear facade from a limited vantage point through a tall fence and therefore will not call undue attention to itself, and that the installation of the mechanical equipment will not damage or conceal any significant architectural features at the base of the building and will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the Robbins and Appleton individual landmark or the NoHo Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application's approved.
Commissioners, item 3 is an application for certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 19-13310. This is 60 Norfolk Street. The Beth Hamerdash Hagodol Synagogue, originally Norfolk Street Baptist Church, an individual landmark. It's a modified Greek Revival style synagogue built in 1850 and altered in 1885, and the application is to demolish the building.
Many commissioners, familiar with the Landmarks Commission staff. I'm going to start with a very brief background on the history of the building. Beth Hamerdash Synagogue, individual landmark, was built in 1850 as the Norfolk Street Baptist Church. This early rendering suggests the facade was originally dressed brownstone, crenellated parapets atop each tower. While the rendering suggests a large open site, historic fire maps indicate the church owned a typical lot surrounded by densely built-up residential, tenement, and mixed-use buildings. The property was sold to a Methodist congregation in 1860. Purchased by a congregation, Hamerdash Hagodol from the Methodist Church in 1885, the structure was remodeled that alterations included removing the crenellated parapets of the two towers, stuccoing the principal facade with a light buff stucco with an ashlar squaring pattern, enlarging the rose window, creating an ornate gable with a Star of David, and adding a central finial consisting of a domed roof supported by slender colonnades. In addition, the step buttresses on the secondary north and south facades appear to have been added at this time. These photographs were taken around the time the synagogue was designated in 1967 and show the building was seen on its densely built up urban lot. The secondary facades would have been minimally visible down the narrow side alleys. Slide, please. Site and context as seen prior to the fire is the result of urban renewal projects from the third quarter of the 20th century, which resulted in the demolition of most of the surrounding buildings on the block and the construction of a large apartment building to the south. And the last slide. The building suffered a significant fire in May 2017. The application before you today is a proposal to demolish the building in its entirety. Mark Silverman will have a few comments, and then Holly Kay, preservation consultant for the synagogue, will speak further about the proposal and introduce the team.
So Commissioners, I just wanted to give a brief background and for you. This is a synagogue that I got involved in around 2011 because of concerns over the maintenance of the building and the condition of it. We were pressing the congregation to try to address these situations. They did a little bit of work, but it was a very, very small, struggling. Basically, no congregation was left in the congregation. And so they filed a hardship application to demolish the building. We worked with them during the course of that application, and they basically tabled it, and we all worked together to try to find development partners for them. And over the couple of years that followed, I was in a couple of meetings with potential developers to try to find a way to preserve the synagogue as well as restore it and incorporate it into some adaptive reuse with a small synagogue component in the building. And they had recently, it was very promising prior to the fire. They had entered into an agreement, a tentative agreement with the neighboring building, which owns the lot that completely surrounds it, to do a development that would do just that, to restore the synagogue and have a small component for the synagogue in the building. The rest of it would be community facility use. And then the fire happened. And I should say that you'll hear from their engineers about the condition of the building. We've distributed to you. The commission has hired its own engineer to review their engineer's reports, as well as do his own inspection. And he's here to answer questions. He concurs basically with the applicant's engineers, and that DOB also concurs with the applicant's engineers in terms of what needs to be done to the building. The application before you, just so it's clear, because you may hear the congregation is very interested in, if it's possible, commemorating in some way the site, the presence of the synagogue on the site. But the application before you is for permission to do the immediate demolition to remove all the unsafe things that need to happen. That will result in pretty much the elimination of the primary facade, except for a small portion, and almost the entire north facade. And that it's their position that the building at that moment will, when that necessary immediate demolition occurs, that the building lacks integrity as a synagogue, as the historic structure that was designated, and therefore they're asking for permission for the right to demolish the rest of the building. They're going to go in, they're going to do an investigation, and they're going to be able to find out, after they've cleared out this, and it may be possible for them to salvage something, and it's their hope, as you'll hear, that they would be able to commemorate in some way, perhaps with the retention of a portion of this or that part of the facade, a memory of the building. But that is their application, and that's sort of the question before you is after this necessary demolition occurs, does the building have enough integrity to remain an individual landmark? Okay, so with that, I guess the applicant can speak.
Mark, do we know what caused the fire?
Excuse me?
Do we know what caused the fire?
Well, according to the news reports on the fire, there were some kids in the building, and apparently they've been caught. Some neighborhood kids. That's all I know.
A 14-year-old.
You need to state your name for the record.
My name's Holly Kay. I'm sorry? Oh, sure. Haven't been here in a while. My name is Holly Kay. I'm a preservation planning and development consultant in the city of New York for the last 40 years, and I've been associated with this synagogue and specifically for more than 20 years. I'm also the founding executive director of the Lower East Side Conservancy, which was founded in the late 1990s to fundraise for the many landmark and historic synagogues all over the Lower East Side. There were actually 24 of them at the time we started, south of 14th Street, but nobody knew it. And most of the congregations were concerned with maintaining their congregations rather than in dealing with their physical buildings. And there were funds out there, and we started then, raised between $6 and $7 million altogether, and the organization, even though I no longer head it, is still going strong. Beth Hamerdash Hagodol was the very first project of the Conservancy. There, if you saw the central window, which is multi-story, blew in during a summer storm, and the prior rabbi, Rabbi F.W.I.L, who had a noted Holocaust scholar and revered fellow in general, was rabbi there for 50 years and is very esteemed. And we reached out to him and were able to offset, I'd say, half the cost of replacing the window, $5,000 grant, and towards the window's replacement. I've been associated with the building ever since. Unfortunately, it is with very, very full and sad heart that I have to stand before you and say we need a demolition permit in order to remove the rubble that is on the site. As Mark said, the leadership of the synagogue, Rabbi Greenbaum and the association, have spent the last 3 or 4 years at least in active discussions, negotiations with potential development partners, ended up in reaching an agreement with the Chinatown Planning Council, whose senior housing building is immediately adjacent to where the synagogue was, and who owns the lot that borders what was the synagogue on two dimensions. And they were literally 3 days from sitting down to meet with Preservation Commission staff to go over the more details as to that deal. They had, so there was 2 not-for-profits, the synagogue, the CPC, and they had gone through a procurement process in terms of selecting a private development partner and they selected Gotham. Also in the mix were L&M Equities, who is very active in Essex Crossing, as well as the Hudson Companies. Unfortunately, Mother's Day on the 14th of May, there was an arson fire by three 14-year-old kids. They had actually set a small fire the week before, which was immediately put out. But this took off like a shot, and the blaze just consumed the building and devastated it within, I think it was about an hour. The building had no fire insurance, and there was one young man in particular who was identified and who was detained. He's now released under his parents' whatever, and we don't know what's going to be in terms of any kind of charges. But it was malicious mischief that ended the life of this amazing 167-year-old structure that housed 3 religious institutions. So today, what we unfortunately have is rubble as a result of the fire and its containment. And even though the 2 towers may appear to be standing, they are completely unstable. On June 19th, DOB issued its report that said that the building was completely unstable, and but did not require immediate demolition because the abutting properties were protected from any additional, from any damage from anything that might collapse. But you go there and you look at it and you see that it's imploded into itself, a combination of the fire itself and from the water used to finish the fire. The request is that we clear the rubble away, and that once that's done, we believe that there will be nothing of significance that remains that has any historical integrity. There might be fragments. There might be the rear wall or portions of it which can be saved, but the engineering that Howard Zimmerman firm prepared on behalf of the association will speak next, but concurs with what the buildings department findings were, that it is an extremely unstable situation. If there are small elements or remnants of the old building that are left, the desire is to somehow incorporate them as a memorial, both to the building, which was a Methodist church, a Baptist church, and then for a very long time, an Orthodox Jewish synagogue, and one of the most illustrious in the neighborhood, as well as to the long regime of really important rabbis that served there. The first was the one and only chief rabbi in New York, which was Rabbi Jacob Joseph in the 1890s, and followed eventually by Rabbi Ephraim Ushry, who served there for 50 years. So to commemorate both the building as well as what went on in that building will be important. But it does not leave us with the building that had been hoped could be included in the deal that the synagogue struck with CPC. That, however, is still underway. The plan clearly will have to be adjusted somewhat, given that it's no longer the sale of air rights to CPC, but it is, in fact, you're dealing with a vacant lot at this, you will be dealing with a vacant lot, but the intention right now is to move forward with the original plan. And so in order to do that, we need to get the site cleared as quickly as possible. I couldn't go there for about 2 weeks after the fire, and I can't tell you, it's just tragedy. I mean, that's personal, it's not professional, but it is, more than 20 years of my life spent in trying to make sure this building continued to stand. And I find myself in the odd position of having to advocate for the demolition of whatever is left. So if you have any questions, I think I've covered all of it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Are there any questions right now? All right. Your engineer is going to be speaking to this, correct?
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Chester. I work for Howard Zimmerman Architects. I'm a professional engineer, licensed in the state of New York and Pennsylvania. We specialize in historic and or the preservation and restoration of historic buildings. That's why we were brought on by the rabbi to help out with the structure fire. We have extensive experience with buildings such as this, and these are our findings. I'm just going to try to keep things technical for you. We've gotten a little bit of the history of the building, so I won't go through all of it, but some of the important things to note here are the construction. Being an unreinforced masonry building, they do not react well to any type of lateral loads. So in this case, due to the roof collapse and other types of instabilities in the building, significant lateral loads were introduced to the masonry without any type of reinforcement. You'll start to see some of the damage that was done. In addition, the roof structure and a lot of the primary structural members on the interior, they're not the masonry bearing walls, are timber, so they of course burn. You guys have seen this. So just to get you oriented a little, the west is the front. The north we'll be talking about a lot. The east and the south, to some degrees, a little bit less. But I thought that the best way to show you what I've seen about the building is just to sort of walk you through sort of a picture show. And I will mention that, as a company that tries to restore things, when I got onto the site, probably similar to you guys, looking at the building, I was actually pretty encouraged. When you look at this picture, it's not encouraging maybe to a lot of people, but I felt that a lot could be saved. Unfortunately, as the 2 weeks went on, so I was actually brought on the day after the fire, and I was there every day for 2 weeks. As I did more investigation and was able to get my hands on more things, and especially zooming into pictures because access was such a problem, that's when it sort of became really clear to me that that this structure was in serious trouble. So just to run through these things, these are really the only words on the whole slide show. A lot of the collapses are pretty obvious. There are significant instabilities for what is remaining. There really is potential for some collapses. It's not immediate, but I certainly wouldn't want to put a timeline on it. We have secured the perimeter, but some of these areas you don't want to sit there forever like this. A common theme is that the instabilities make shoring a Herculean challenge. That someone has to go up here and safely shore things. And there's not enough rigidity to be using carbon fibers or anything like that. You're pretty much going to have to use steel, which means bolting into masonry that has lost all of its integrity. And I think that's another thing to really keep in mind, that safety really is paramount. You know, if we can't safely shore something, then, you know, we don't want to put somebody's life in jeopardy. So this is a view from the south. You can see widespread deterioration. We've had a roof collapse. View from about as much of the interior as you can get to. Even the fire department professionals were not able to enter the building because of the instabilities. More the same. So we'll talk a little bit about the west facade. So obviously the large front window we've lost that. The pediment on the front has collapsed. And from out here, the towers really don't look that bad. But as you start to get closer to the towers, you know, this is really the most concerning part. This is scary for myself as well. Actually, the day that we had a sidewalk shed company there to install the shed, the masonry here actually fell. It didn't hit anybody, but at that time, the DOB and the F.W.I.L pulled everybody out. That's why we haven't even put a sidewalk shed up. The next day, I was able to get a man lift and get as close as I felt comfortable to this. And actually holding up this entire corner is one life of brick there, there, and there. From the front looking in, these are the same bricks I was talking about, and then there's a hole on the other side. This is an extremely unstable situation. Even working our way down the north tower, we've got wide cracks and displaced masonry. It's shifting. We've lost all of the backup masonry on another section of the other side. So the north tower is really in bad shape. The south tower from the outside does look a little bit better, but some of the concerning things are really concerning. I mean, we've got a large hole here, other voids, and it might be tough for you to see, but there's actually cracks that propagate and connect all of these voids. So another really unstable structure. You see more missing masonry here and here. There's cracks that go full depth. And these are sort of typical pictures. I could have shown 20 or 30 more, but there's only so many that we can look at once. Moving to the north facade, you know, we've lost all of the roof structure. We've had partial collapses of the masonry above the arched windows. You know, this is a great example of how do you even shore some of this stuff. The masonry, especially this next one's a good picture. This is what the masonry looks like on the inside. It's just crumbling. The integrity of the mortar is really no more. There's not much holding it together other than self-weight. Just another picture of the inside of the south is in relatively better condition. If I came to this building and there wasn't a fire and I just looked at the south, I'd be pretty concerned about it. In relation to the north, it looks better, but we still, we still have great instabilities just above the arched windows where some of the roof rafters in the collapse kicked out and have bulged the masonry. We've got wide open mortar joints, some more voids. From the inside is actually a little bit more concerning because you can see that we're missing a lot of lights of brick. We weren't able to get our hands onto this area because the roof truss is still above and really could collapse at any point. Not to mention, I don't even know how you climb in there. But, this is one of those areas that when the engineers are able to get to that, they can better assess the condition of it. So there is a little bit of optimism that parts of this may be able to be saved, but it's really speculative at this point. So, we'll have to see as we go. But, the common theme is just that the masonry is in such terrible shape. The east facade is really in the best condition. It did not suffer as much damage. This This apse here provides a lot of structural stability. The upper portion would need to be laterally braced at some point. You wouldn't want to leave that like that very long, but generally in better condition. So if we were just to sort of summarize what I was talking about, you start to see there's really not much of the building left. I think that you might be able to leave some of the lower portions of the towers and maybe the west facade, but you know, nothing above probably the windowsills. You know, the roof is already really gone, so it's really just a matter of, just from a structural standpoint and safety and practicality standpoint, what would you be able to save from the east facade and the south facade? And you know, unfortunately, those questions will be answered once partial demolition is able to be done, so that engineers can get their hands onto these things, because there's only so much you can tell from a zoom lens and experience. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Yes, Adi.
Just two questions. One for you, actually for you as well. A question about whether or not, was the sanctuary floor elevated? In other words, did the stairs take you to the height of the sanctuary floor? And what is that, whatever that height is, it was consistent throughout the sanctuary floor, right?
Yes.
Ground floor. Okay, that's one. And we don't know that there looks like there's a basement as well of some kind. So we don't know if that's collapsed or not, but that was the floor.
So we were actually able to enter the cellar or the basement. We tried not to spend too much time there. There was one section where the first floor level did collapse down. The tricky thing is that there is a drop ceiling and there's also a tin ceiling in there. So we really
in the basement.
We really don't know the condition of the floor joists in there. I would suspect not good, because you're going to have fire damage at least on the top of them. And you also had the roof structure collapse. So
right, but the stairs leading up to it are intact.
Yes.
And that's actually where the congregation met for the most part. Okay, that's one. Two, where was the ark? Was it on the east facade? The interior ark?
No, it was on...
I would think it was on the east, but...
Well, normally it is, but it was the east. Yes, it was the east.
Yeah, it was
it's
east.
Where the wall is.
Right.
The rear wall.
The rear wall. So that's where the ark was, and I'm assuming that it
You'll
was.
you'll have to come to the microphone and speak if you'd like to speak. You have to come to the microphone.
Yes, it was the east facade.
I think if it's relevant to your question,
Yes.
Bill, this question came up, and Bill Neely had been in there prior to the fire, and the ark was not inset into the apse. The apse was closed off, and it was built out from the apse. Yeah.
But it was on the east.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, those are my questions. Thanks.
Typically, just very briefly, typically...
Can you speak into the microphone if you could come? That's fine.
Typically, it would be on the east in any synagogue. However, since a lot of these are repurposed churches, you will find that the ark, the Aron Kodesh, is somewhere else, not in the east, but in this case it is.
Do we have any other questions? Yes.
Thanks. Will you describe, please, the masonry structure of the two towers? How many wides thick is the brick masonry? What's the bonding pattern?
Yeah, it's...
And what would be necessary to salvage those two towers?
So it is, off the top of my head, I'm not remembering if it's 2 or 3 wythe. But it's multi-wythe bonded brick, and then there are...
You don't know how many wythes?
2.
Okay.
Didn't remember. Okay. So it's 2 wythe bonded brick.
Yep.
It goes to 3 wythe at portions of the lower. Again, we haven't been able to enter most of the towers. We were able to get into some of the south not the north.
Okay.
So,
And are those headers broken?
yeah.
Okay.
And then we've got a natural stone cladding on the outside with stone anchors, I think 4-6 inches. In order to shore this, if we felt like we could safely, you'd have to very gingerly from the top start bolting a steel structure to it.
Mm-hmm.
It would take some time to figure out what exactly that is. I don't want to try and describe it right now, but from above, you would have to start erecting a steel structure to it and around it and start bringing the loads back down to the ground. It would be quite an impressive thing to see. Honestly, this particular section, I don't even think you could try. I think you'd have to bring it down to the sill. Some of the other portions, maybe, but it would be quite an engineering feat if you were able to do it.
The reason I'm asking this is that we have been working for about 10 years on Bannerman Castle in the middle of the Hudson River, and a portion of Bannerman Castle wall fell a couple of years ago, and so we had a 90-foot section of wall, 90-foot high, that we were able to very gingerly shore. Don Friedman worked on this for us, Old Structures. And so, this to me is a very important building, and I want to be sure that it's easy to say this is in bad condition, let's demolish it. I just want to be very sure that there is no possibility for salvage here. So.
Yeah, I think in terms of being able to safely and practically do it, I don't believe so. I always tell people that as an engineer, I can engineer just about anything for you. If you want a tunnel to Florida from here, we can do it. I don't know that it's very practical, and maybe even practical isn't the right word, because that's not really what we're here to discuss. Practicality, right?
Sorry, I understand.
Yeah. So I think there are certain portions that, with an amazing effort, like you said, you can secure a 90-foot wall. The problem is how to safely do it, because you have the deterioration throughout. Yeah.
I have a
Yes,
question. I think it's for Mark.
Yes.
You had mentioned that the commission had hired an engineer to review this work, right? And the question is where does that engineer agree or disagree with what we just heard?
That engineer, the report, his statement was circulated to you all, and with some drawings, and he's here if you would like to ask him questions, if he can certainly come up and walk you through his report and answer any questions.
Well,
but he basically concurs with the applicant's assessment.
Okay, that's really my question.
If
there's a major disagreement, I think we ought to hear that.
There's not a major disagreement. And in addition, the DOB forensic team that was out there also agrees with the applicant's engineers.
Are there any other questions right now? Okay, why don't we take testimony? Thank you.
Thank you.
The first speaker is Paul Leonard from Councilmember Chin's office. Yes.
Hello, thank you. I'm Paul Leonard. I'm Chief of Staff for Councilmember Margaret Chin. I thank the Commissioner and the Commission for allowing us the opportunity to speak on this matter for 60 Norfolk Street for the Synagogue. After the devastating fire, the Councilmember was at the scene, and she held out hope that a significant portion of the structure would be able to be saved. I've listened to the presentation given here and also heard about the presentation given to the community board. It is still the council member's hope that a portion of the structure, whether it be a fragment, whether it be something significant from the structure, be preserved. She feels that this structure, which has housed the if not the first, but one of the first Jewish congregations of Eastern European origin be saved. She feels that this building still has a story to tell, and it's a story not just of the Jewish community in the Lower East Side, but of the entire neighborhood. And she just urges the commission to consider, and the applicant to consider, thoughtfully preserving a fragment or a portion of the structure so that story could still be told for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrea Goldwyn.
Good morning, Chair Srinivasan and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy has been a long-time advocate for Beth Hamerdash Hagodol, once the oldest, largest Russian Orthodox synagogue in the country and the center of Jewish immigrant life in the Lower East Side. In the years immediately before this tragic fire, we worked with the rabbi and local supporters to look for a good outcome for the building, which had become neglected and significantly deteriorated. We funded a conditions report which established that the structure could be restored. We welcomed the dialogue between the rabbi and a nearby nonprofit to explore ways to utilize development rights, support the building, and create a new space for the congregation. Our staff has reviewed the HLZA report. We agree with its conclusions that little of the landmark is salvageable. However, we do believe that if feasible, any historic fabric that can be maintained should be. The report calls out the rear and south walls as being potentially beyond repair. The corollary is that potentially they could be repaired. As the LPC designation report states, this landmark was designated for its austere simplicity and its cultural history. Despite the horrific outcome of the fire, that history cannot and should not be erased. The incorporation of historic materials into any new structure would be a way to honor the heritage of Beth Hamerdash Hagodol and its place in the narrative of the Lower East Side. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joyce Mendelson.
Good morning, Chair Srinivasan, Commissioners, and staff. I'm Joyce Mendelson, representing the Friends of the Lower East Side, a grassroots organization founded in 2011 dedicated to preserving the architectural and cultural heritage of this historic center of immigrant life. Constructed in 1850 as the Norfolk Street Baptist Church, this Gothic Revival church was converted into a synagogue in 1885 for America's oldest congregation of Orthodox Russian Jews, established in 1852. Since its inception, Beit Hamerdash Hagodol, Great House of Study, was recognized as a center for prayer, religious studies, and the interpretation of Jewish laws, and celebrated for its tradition of esteemed learned rabbis. We are saddened by the recent fire that caused great damage to Beit Hamerdash Hagodol and speak in total opposition to any plans to demolish what remains of this historic building, designated as a landmark in 1967. We agree with others in the community who believe that this may not have been random act of arson, but may have been deliberately set to clear the site for lucrative development. We urge that every effort be made to repair and rescue what remains of this historic structure that represents an important chapter in the Jewish history of the Lower East Side. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Simeon Bancroft.
Good morning, Commissioners. Simeon Bancroft, Executive Director of the Historic Districts Council. HDC is gravely concerned about the fate of 60 Norfolk Street, a building which has witnessed an extraordinary amount of history since its construction as the Norfolk Street Baptist Church in 1960. After being threatened with demolition in the 1860s, after being threatened with demolition in the 1960s, the building was designated as an individual landmark, alleviating many concerns about losing this important piece of New York's history. It's important to note that this site was designated for its history as much as for its architecture. This is a site of history and faith, and was protected for that resonance as much as for its towers. HGC strenuously objects to this proposal for a number of reasons, not the least of which is procedural. Proposing to demolish an individual landmark is completely undefensible and precipitous, especially as no reuse plan is being proposed at this time. If the building is truly unsalvageable, then the owner must prove it and apply for a hardship based on the well-known parameters of the hardship procedure. As discussed, both the south tower and the east rear wall are in relatively stable condition and could potentially be saved. Portions of the south wall are also in decent shape and not beyond repair. Structures that have been similarly ravaged by fire, such as the Serbian Orthodox Cathedral St. Sava, have been saved and will be restored. Central Synagogue was also brought back from a cataclysmic fire. History has shown that this owner has been desirous of tearing down this building. We strongly request that the Commission not reward the years of negligence by giving them permission to profit off this tragic act of destruction, and instead continue to work forward as you had been doing for such a long time and in such good faith to create a reuse plan that truly honors the space. Thank you.
Yes.
So, Commissioners, I just want to respond briefly to that testimony, since Simeon raised some procedural issues. And just to make it clear, the procedural issues before you are appropriate to the questions. There's no hardship application here. This is not a claim that the Landmarks Commission has imposed an obligation that results in a physical or financial impediment to the carrying out of the charitable purposes, which is the standard for a hardship. The question before you is appropriateness. They've come to you to say, we need to take down portions of this building due to health and the safety and structural issues, and what would be left after that needed demolition occurs has no integrity as the building that was designated, and therefore have asked for permission to continue to demolish the site as required, and with the idea that they might save something. But that's their argument, which is an appropriateness question before you. It's a difficult question, obviously, but it's a question that is appropriately presented to you in this forum. Is after demolition of what's required, is what's left, is there significance in that structure, integrity in that structure as an individual landmark?
And Mark, how that played out in the presentation is that the red, the areas that were, excuse me, the areas that were marked in red are the ones that they would have to demolish because there's no hope for those. And what would remain would be the yellow. Is that?
So I think that I actually think that yes, that they said basically is the west facade and the north facade they believe need to be, for all intents and purposes, demolished, and they believe it's the rear facade is the most structurally sound. They think it's most likely to be able maybe to remain. The south facade less so, but still to be determined. And as you'll see in our engineer's report, there's actually a shading that shows what our engineer believes would be left after that initial demolition that's necessary to make this site safe.
And assuming for the sake of argument that that division of the portions of the building is accurate, what's before us is, therefore, will we allow them to take down the yellow portions, that the rear wall and the north wall?
Right, on the theory that even if they could remain structurally and feasibly remain, that there's no integrity left in the building as an individual landmark.
Right. Yes, to Mark's question. Okay.
Yeah, I
And then we'll
had
go back
another
to our
question
testimony.
for Mark. Yeah,
Sure.
thank you. In the event that the commission decides to...
Can I just, we have still some more speakers. We haven't finished the public hearing
Then let's
section.
go. We
So
can
why
do it
don't we
later,
complete
sure.
that, and
Sure,
then
sure.
we'll go back to the
Absolutely.
conversation.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to address that, sorry.
Okay. So we have Patrick Waldo.
Hi, Patrick Waldo speaking on behalf of myself. On September 16, 1920, just before noon, a horse-drawn wagon carrying 100 pounds of dynamite and 500 pounds of leaded sash weights pulled up next to the J.P. Morgan Bank on Wall Street. Seconds later, 38 people were dead, 143 injured. To ensure business would continue the next day, a rapid cleanup was ordered that night. All the evidence was erased with it. As a result, to this day, the bombing of Wall Street remains the largest unsolved crime in American history. What we have here at 60 Norfolk Street is also an active crime scene. Authorities have ruled the source of the fire as arson, and a teenager was arrested for it, but the investigation is not complete, and demolishing this building means destroying any and all evidence with it. Instead, force the owner to do what the New York City Landmarks Law compels owners of landmark buildings to do and maintain what is left of this building for posterity. The current owner of 60 Norfolk Street does not own the 167 years of its history. He stepped into it late in its existence, and he has been neglecting it for years. He's made little effort to preserve this important landmark. The most effort he put forth was to seek permission to demolish the building and build apartments in its place 5 years ago. Denied that permission, he let this building deteriorate. His care for this vital part of Lower East Side history has amounted to little more than demolition by neglect. Now he's ready for demolition by demolition. Allowing the owner to demolish 60 Norfolk Street when there are major elements that are structurally sound and able to be saved will send a clear message to owners of historic properties. If your building becomes too much of a hassle to maintain, don't. Leave it. Let it rot. If it doesn't fall down, it'll get burned down, and you can build that shiny new apartment you've been wanting to build. An undying thirst for money destroyed any possible answers to the Wall Street bombing of 1920. Now a similar greed that has reared its ugly head several times in the past is threatening to erase the story of 60 Norfolk Street. I urge the Commission to deny the owner's request for demolition. And I'll remind you that history has its eyes on you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christabel Guff.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. We have grave procedural concerns about what is before you. An applicant has the right to appeal to the commissioners, but the application before you today is not one that can be approved following the normal practices of this commission. The materials that we saw on Friday did not include any communications from the Department of Buildings or the Fire Department. It was extremely incomplete. Nor did we see anything of the engineer's report that the commission had ordered, apparently. All of this is being reported rather vaguely. We would hope for a very careful examination of all of this. Normal practice for an applicant who has made an informed decision that restoration is not practicable for him would be to file a hardship application, and that is what this ought to be under Section 25309. Yes, this would involve reference to the Sailor's Snug test, the ability to carry out their mission. It would also presumably include fiscal information. None of this is before you. This is an individual landmark, not an insignificant historic district building that might be replaced by a harmonious new structure, in which circumstance the Commission has an option of approving demolition. If demolition proceeds in this case, we are talking about a future rescission of the empty landmark site of an individual landmark. In the past, such approvals of rescission have been given, but not based on approvals to demolish issued by this commission. In the case of the Poyensegin Britton House and the New Brighton Village Hall, the landmarks were demolished under unsafe building orders from the Department of Building, not some comment that they sort of agree with some report we haven't seen. The Buildings is the correct agency to assess the structural danger. In other cases, individual landmarks have been demolished after fire in response to successful hardship applications, for example, the Knickerbocker Field Club. Those are the available options here, and nothing less can be accepted. There is absolutely no guarantee that anything will be done to save, to try to save. You are just signing a blank check, which will take you to a point where you will be required to have a rescission on a cleared lot. The way that you get there is not this way. This is so wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alan Gerson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'll just say it's good to be back in this room. I think I spent many hours testifying in my previous capacity representing Council District 1 with one of the greatest number of landmarks, probably the greatest at the time of any council district. It's good to be back, and I appreciate your ongoing great work. I'm here in my current capacity as General Counsel to the Chinatown Planning Council Housing Development Fund Company, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Chinese American Planning Council, to which I am also General Counsel. I am joined by Steve Yip, our Director of Operations, and Jesse Fong, our legal intern. I just wanted to very briefly clarify our role, and we own the immediately adjoining property, which consists of two components. One, an affordable senior residence with approximately 300 seniors. Obviously, their safety and well-being is our first and foremost concern, and we appreciate the cooperation of all the city departments in the Synagogue in safeguarding them through this process. We also own the parking lot, an unused, underutilized parking lot adjoining both our building and the Synagogue building. Prior to the fire, as Holly Kay noted, we had embarked on conversation and collaboration with the Synagogue successor on a joint project endeavor that would have maintained and restored the historic structure, at the same time brought very needed affordable housing to the community, at the same time brought a development which would have sustained the human services which CPC provides, ranging from daycare to senior care to job training and other critical services in the community and throughout the city. I need to clarify that we had reached a tentative concord on that win-win plan. I believe it was a model of our community coming together in unity with the different elements of the community to work on behalf of the entire community in all respects. Obviously, the fire put a hold on that, and we continue to be in conversation. We have not reached any final plans for our parking lot site, which is not dependent on the decision as to this site. However, I want to emphasize that we remain committed to the spirit of the original plan and that we will do everything feasible to cooperate with the synagogue and with the community to do our part to incorporate in any final plan any preservation of fragments, certainly the history of the congregation, certainly which is part of the history of this community we share and we love, and we pledge to work with you, the commission, and the entire community in the synagogue towards that original goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to see you again. Are there any other speakers on this item? Any other speakers? Okay, Community Board 3 recommends approval of this application while strongly urging preservation of as much of the structure as possible.
And
Yes.
Commissioner, Dave, before I respond to your question, I just want to correct the record. The hardship application was never actually presented to the commission. It was never denied. It was after working with the synagogue, we convinced them and they agreed to sort of pursue this development options as opposed to pursuing the hardship application. So it was never denied. There was never, they filed it, they prepared it, but it never went forward. Okay. Anyway, let me answer your question.
Yes. Yes, and if you could speak into the microphone and if you want to respond to any of the other testimony that we heard.
I don't know how to work this, but specifically to the point of the hardship application. Prior to it being filed with the commission, I had been not active with the synagogue due to personal life experience stuff, and as soon as it was, I mean, the whole community was in outrage, and I was as well. And I can say that personally, I feel that with Mark, I mean, I remember I called the rabbi, I said, we've got to talk about this, and we talked at great length, and the next day he pulled the hardship application and has done 180-degree in terms of having become the most committed advocate towards preserving this significant building. And I don't know I don't think that is really has been visible to the larger community. I've been privy to, you know, a little more intimate conversation with him, but I can say that from that day on, all he wanted was to preserve the building, to preserve its history, and to recognize everything that went on in there. For there to be a sense that he was involved with the arson goes really against the grain of everything that I know. Yes, the building was in deterioration. It was not as well cared for as it could have been. That had to do with the fact that the congregation had withered to next to nothing. An engineering report in '07 prevented the use of the building any further, and that's when it was closed by a congregation. You really couldn't go in there unless you had a hard hat. And that's, I can't speak to why the hardship application was filed, but I do know that from the moment in March of 12 when he did his about face, and it has been, he's been its most committed, as I said, advocate for its restoration, for its preservation. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? All right, Diana, I know you had a question for Mark, and then after that, Michael.
Yeah, I actually have two. The first one is, if the commission agrees to the demolition of the structure, is there a precedent for an agreement with the owner to preserve and include any remaining salvageable significant material in the new construction that might take place? In other words, sort of a side agreement or something. Is there a precedent for that kind of thing?
I'm not aware of that. I don't think that it would be. I mean, it's a. I think as a sort of a doctrinal situation, you have a situation where we would have approved demolition because the building lacks integrity. So in some ways, so we could say we would prefer to see. Some sort of commemorization. The question is whether we want to retain jurisdiction over the site to require them to come back to us and review, however, what is retained, how it's incorporated. So that's why it goes to the question of the sort of integrity of the sort of designation. Do we think there's enough there that we wish to retain jurisdiction, or is there not enough there that we don't? And the next step in the future would be if the commission found that there was not enough integrity and that full demolition could occur, most likely the next step would be a deed, rescission of the designation in the future, because the significant improvement would no longer be there.
That was the second question I had, which is where we have are there instances where the architectural and historic integrity was pretty well lost for any variety of reasons with the landmark structure? Have we continued designation for historic purposes, pretty more for the cultural and historic side, and we've continued it even though the architectural and other was lost? Are there instances of that or not?
I don't know of any instance where the improvement that was designated has been removed and the commission has continued to sort of regulate that site as a landmark site to evoke particular history or significance.
Yes, Adi.
Well, I mean, following this, there's the question of the architectural integrity and integrity of the cultural use in the form of a ruin. Now, so maybe speak to that, because we're not necessarily used to that in the city of New York, ruins, but clearly, I mean, one of the most beautiful sites in Lisbon is the previous convent of Carmel, which is the Largo de, in the Largo de Carmo, and it's an old church convent that was destroyed in the 1755 fire, but the remnants of some of the physical material remains, and houses currently an archaeological museum, one of the first in Lisbon, and is an important place, in that it's not used as a church, but its fabric that remains is still intact and tells some story. So the question, I think, that follows Diana's is, what is our relationship to ruins?
I mean, the only ruin the commission has designated and maintained is out on Roosevelt Island, and that was, a city-owned historic property, and was designated as a ruin, and its significance is as a ruin. And I think that, and that designation has had its ups and downs in terms of its practicality and feasibility. This
Staten
is
Island
Farm colony.
farm colony?
Well, that was
talking about it.
that was it wasn't designated as a ruin. It was then restored and it's in functions. And I think here the question is, this is a site that there is an intention to return it to religious use in some form, and that so this is not an empty site. This is not this is a site that would, the owners would like to continue to use it and adapt for religious purposes. So I suppose the answer is, it's possible that the commission could find that there's significance in what remains. That's certainly within your jurisdiction to find that. And I think that that's one outcome. The real question is whether we think that the reasons for this designation are adequately presented or read or readable with whatever would remain after the necessary demolition occurs.
Yeah. Well, did you say after the necessary demolition
Sure,
occurs?
there's an immediate need.
Before?
No, there's an immediate need now. I mean, so there's an immediate now to remove major portions of this building that everyone agrees, all the engineers agree, and then there's a possibility that there will be some remnants. There could be a remnant of just the rear wall, for example. That could be the only thing really left, and plus a portion of the, small portion of the front facade, and is that enough to evoke the kind of significance in history that this was designated for? That's sort of the question that's being asked of you, because everyone's in agreement that there's no immediate structural need to, take everything down to the ground, but there is an immediate structural need to eliminate, most of the primary facade and significant portions or almost all of one other facade and significant portions of a third facade. So that's why there's an appropriateness question here. It's not a hardship question, notwithstanding what people have said. It's an appropriateness question.
Yes,
I have some
Michael.
questions for either our engineer or the gentleman from
Okay.
Zimmerman's office. Maybe both if they're available. If you were going to demolish the building, one of the things that you presented was that the site itself is very unstable and there are a lot of challenges in staging any kind of shoring work or kind of just approaching the site in any way because it's so subject to immediate unforeseen collapse. So how are you going to demolish it if you can't get close to it safely?
Yes.
I mean, New York City law has certain requirements for public safety. You can't just, bring a bulldozer and push. What was the plan there?
Sure. So the synagogue has Howard Zimmerman Architects does not specialize in it, but I can tell you that the way that it is done is with large machines that will go somewhat from above and from far away, and the best way to describe it is they almost have like a dinosaur mouth on the front, and they'll just take bites of the building until it comes down.
Can you get close enough to the building to scaffold it to protect adjacent properties without having it fall down on you? I mean, can you get around the building to erect a scaffold?
So on the south side, we do have a sidewalk set up, and the south side, you would definitely have a better chance of being able to erect some type of scaffold in between the two buildings. On the north side, we have a unique situation where we have plenty of space, and to some degree on the west as well. I mean, right now we have half of the street. We have a construction fence, and then we also have half of the street closed.
And on the west?
That's on the west, and on well, I guess we're not too worried about the east at the moment.
Okay. All right. So
can I just have a follow-up question to that, which is very similar, which is our own engineer's report shows not just in plan, but also in elevation about the portions that really do have to come down versus which are, at least at this point, a question mark. So in terms of demolition, is it possible to bite off pieces till you come to that one level where you think it potentially could be retained, or is that? Yeah, of course, and even though it goes like some parts are zigzags. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, it's not an exact science, but yes, the idea, and that is the idea, is to get rid of the instabilities and the things that are unsafe. And when you're able to do things like that, you're able to get men closer. And at that time, you're able to remove rubble, and you can kind of take a pause and say and look at things again. And that's sort of most of the demolition process. You do a little bit of work, stop, clean up after yourself, and reassess. And at each of those intervals, you say, well, can we now get our hands on certain things and decide exactly what the condition is? So it's not like going in with a wrecking ball, but it's certainly not. It's also not demolition by hand tools. It's somewhere in the middle where there is some control.
So what you're saying though is that you can get a sidewalk bridge around the building, basically.
Not around the building, no. On the south and the east.
And on the west, you're going to have to do something to protect the public, right?
Yeah. So the DOB requires that half the building height laterally be protected, and that's currently what we have with half of the street closed. So that work will.
So you wouldn't be able to do any staging on the front of the building.
No.
Okay. Now, why is it, do you think, that the building department didn't issue an immediate tear down order for this? Why is it that this particular structure, as it is, as compromised as you've shown us, they don't think it's an emergency today?
Because we have the unique space on the north, where we were able to develop that safety perimeter.
So, and also on the west.
Correct.
So, had this been a normal situation, their order is it conveying a sense that this must happen right away, or that they can accommodate the status quo for a while?
So I certainly don't want to speak for the Department of Buildings. My opinion is that is this building in imminent danger, meaning that in the next 5 minutes it could fall? No. Can or should it be allowed to stay for a couple of months? It's starting to get pretty dangerous. And then another thing that you want to keep in mind is if you tell people they can't go somewhere, they really want to go there. So the longer that it stands like this, someone's going to get in there and get hurt.
And light it on fire.
Yeah, and Commissioner, if I can just respond. We had, and John had conversation with DOB about this question, and the response from DOB is that because of the perimeter situation that was fairly unique here, and because they had engineers on board almost immediately, and they sort of view as a live owner and a live team that's ready to move. There's no, from their perspective, there's no need to issue that order it has to come down now because they're already working on it, right? The team. But we have spoken to DOB, and DOB has said to us unequivocally they concur with the sort of the approach that the applicants are presenting here.
All right, last engineer question, then I had a question for Mark. If you're able to, either through scaffolding or through remote stuff from buckets, could you possibly assess the quantity of material that could be salvaged from the building, especially from the west facade where you have stone?
Are you asking?
Salvaged labeled for reassembly.
Yeah, so I think similar to what we were saying before, as we get portions of the building down to where engineers and people can safely work next to it, I think at that point you would be able to start cataloging things and constantly reassessing the situation. So I think that that's possible. There's some portions where I don't think that you could be so cute with it, but in others you may.
And last question for Mark. I'm sorry for hogging. Can you talk to the examples and the procedural issues that Christabel raised?
Yes, I think that Christabel, I think I've addressed those previously. The argument that somehow the commission can only approve the demolition of a building based on a hardship is not at all supported by the law. Certificates of appropriateness, by definition, include applications to demolish. And so, like I said, the application here is twofold. One is there's this immediate need to sort of deal with safety issues and bring the building down to a safe condition. And then there is the secondary argument that they're saying, which is that what would be left at that point, the building would lack integrity, and therefore we are seeking permission to demolish the rest, with the caveat that they've said that there's some desire to salvage or do something, but that they've...
And is there precedent for this kind of request, absent a DOB declaration that it needs to be imminent for an individual landmark?
No, not that I can. In most cases, the buildings have come down they've been required to come down because of an ED, or there's been there's one case in Staten Island where there's a catastrophic fire and almost all of the building was demolished. In that case, we did.
So,
Michael first, and
yes.
then yes.
A couple of questions for Brian. There is a gap between the brownstone facing and the brick masonry. Is this a cavity wall construction, or is that just...
No, it's not going to be.
Okay. One other thing that I know you're not a demolition engineer, but I guess what I'm unsatisfied about is knowing, it's easy to say that this is unstable. Okay. Are there pockets of instability, or is it generally... Well, clearly it's not generally unstable because it wouldn't be standing if it were. So if I come in with a picker and I try and pick the top of one of these towers off, what's to keep that tower from completely collapsing?
Yeah, so that's why we have the safety perimeter, and that's why we keep men as far away as possible. It's inherently dangerous work.
Mm-hmm.
And that sort of goes to tell you just how severe of condition the building is in. If we're asking questions like, well,
Okay.
if I just start at the top, is the whole thing going to fall?
Right.
That's a legitimate question.
Sure,
And
but
that's sort of the condition that we're dealing with.
If I could demolish that, I could also conceivably discreetly stabilize areas then, correct?
If you don't mind putting a man underneath of that area that you're worried about collapsing, and I certainly would.
It's a possibility. I mean, we talked about practicality. To me, this is an important building, and I deal in impracticalities all the time because I'm in the preservation game. And so I just want to be absolutely sure that there is no possibility for any sort of salvage or stabilization of this building. And that's all. Thanks.
I think it's...
I would like to answer that. I think I may not have made it clear.
You have to go in front.
Sorry. may not have made clear that, as Brian is saying, we don't know until we get in there and do what is necessary to be demolished to get it down to a point of potential stability. If it turns out that we can stabilize and retain those portions, that's exactly what the applicant wants. But because it's such a, right now, we can't tell because we can't get close enough, and we don't know exactly what's going to happen during
No.
demolition.
So what's before us is a complete demolition of the
Correct.
building.
Right, but I think what would be worthwhile, just for the record, is that we have our own engineer, sort of independent. I think it's worthwhile if you could just, Darsh, if you could come up and just speak to your conclusions as well, and to the microphone. And if you can just state your name for the record.
Hi everyone, my name is Darsh. My name is Darsh and I'm with Superstructures. I'm licensed professional engineer in state of New York and we are retained by landmark commissions. So here, after the incidents, like last week we visited the site and it was all covered with fencing and barricaded all around. On the south side of the building, it was sidewalk shade installed on the south side of the building. So we prepared a little letter that I think you have a copy of it. I just want to go over what I observed. So whatever portion that's burned or damaged by the fire, that is very, very light. This is actually west facade that's facing the street. And then the light portion on the top, it is very unstable, like what Brian described in his report and on his photograph. There are like 3 to 4 white masonry wall. Then there is a stone cladding in front of it. At some point, they added stucco on front of it. So total thickness probably is 4 whites plus 4 to 6 inches of stone plus 1 inch of stucco at the base. When the tower goes up, the masonry probably is 2 to 3 white and probably 2 whites on the top. Now, the light shaded portion is unstable and that needs to be come out on day one. The dark shaded portion on the bottom, from outside it looks good. Once you remove that masonry from the top, you can do further investigation from inside and determine whether that portion can remain or needs to be removed on the later stage. This is what we think, in my opinion, this is where the line is. Looking at the pictures taken by Brian, because he was having a better access than us. He shared the picture with us because he was having on the boom truck and go all the way inside those towers, meaning very close to those towers, and took those pictures. So this is the condition on the west side. Going on the south, the top portion about the window lintel level has definitely needs to be come out because those are very, very fragile masonry. Those are open joints, wide open cracks on that masonry, and it is unstable on the top. The roof is a wood structure that's probably very little remaining left on the building, covered with metal roofing, and that's totally gone. Now, this side, south side, we think this portion can be salvaged after we remove this wall, but further investigation is required. Look at it from the inside and see whether are there anything that is dangerous or not stable that needs to be taken off. Again, you need very extensive shoring for this wall because roof was stabilizing the structure. Now there you have an unstable wall of probably 50 to 60 feet high. That's the back, that's the east elevation, and that is pretty intact as we saw on all these pictures. So. And the north is again like very unstable between the north tower and the back east wall. The freestanding column, that's masonry pier, that's also like one of the reports says when firefighters were having those water jets, it was literally moving that freestanding pier. And in my opinion, the middle portion needs to be come out and reconstructed completely, or at least needs to be come out immediately. And those are pretty much 4 sides. If you have any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you, Darsh. Adi, I know you had a question, right?
Just following, Mark, your kind of two-pronged presentation of the issues, the one being the sort of dealing with either removing or stabilizing or assessing, doing something with the material that seems to be in kind of collapsing mode or already collapsed. That's one, and then potentially later, if and after the assessment of the first, then perhaps the demolition. So I'm wondering if we can, if there's and given the fact that there's been this discussion of this kind of picker that takes very carefully pieces out and off of the site, and the possibility that pieces that are taken off very carefully might be retained in order to reconstruct. I'm just wondering if we can take the demolition word out of the discussion right now. I mean, are we really dealing with demolition at this time? Aren't there other things that we can start to call this and think about and then see beyond?
It would, I mean, I don't know whether I would say that we want to remove the word demolition. There's going to be, they're talking about demolishing what's unstable. So I think that's before you regardless. I think the question of it was certainly would be a possible outcome that the commission could say remove all that's necessary to make the site safe and clean it out to do another assessment, and then at that point we can see what's left and we can make this determination about integrity at that time. That would be a reasonable outcome, as well as an outcome that says based on what we believe all the engineers are saying here, this is what will be left. Or most likely will be left at most, and therefore we can make that determination now. Either one would be an outcome that you could do at this hearing.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, in that case, we can close the hearing. All right, I think that I just want to go back to what Mark said about the immediacy of some areas and perhaps the imminent need to address that. So, we have their engineers report. DOB has, I guess, concurred with that, and we've had our own engineers looked at it. So I think that I guess in my opinion, I think there's a dire need to actually address that fairly quickly. I think that the more philosophical question about once those areas are removed, what is left and what does that mean for landmarking of the site is another question. And we could engage in that question now, but it seems that, at least in my opinion, there's a big question mark as to what that is. Mm-hmm. And so one thing that the commission should think about is that if we are all in agreement that some of the building really should they should have the ability to take it down. DOB is not issuing an emergency order because they're working with the applicant. The applicant's working with us to find a resolution to parts of the building. I think it's clear that, there was a fire in this building and it looks like in terrible shape. Notwithstanding that some portions may be able to be salvaged, and how that gets either incorporated, doesn't retain fabric, is it still a landmark, is it still significant? Those questions can continue to arise, but I think that once, and if we agree that a certain amount of demolition has to take place, there is a question mark as to how much of the area can be salvaged. So we see, I think, what seems like a demarcated line, but I think we have to recognize that's maybe more nebulous and it's not so clear cut. So let's say if we look at this picture and we say, okay, you can only demolish up to this point, and I don't know, there's a crack there or something. So I think I don't know if it's such an exact
But does
thing.
removal and retaining material with the hope of reconstructing, is that demolition? I mean, why are we using the word demolition when we're talking, rather than removing, stabilizing, reconstructing? I just don't understand the word demolition in this case.
Right, well, I think what's before us is demolition. So you're talking about something which is, well, no, we're going to take down every brick, keep them aside, and think about what we're going to do with them. But that's not really before us, but I don't know, Mark, if you want to talk about it. I mean, we've seen this dismantling.
Right,
the one I can think of is, the Watchtower in Marcus Garvey Park, but it's a very different kind of structure. I think in this, I don't know whether it's really feasible to do that. Yes,
right, I mean, I'm not going to, whether we call it demolition of portions of the building or or sort of removal of a portion of the building, or I think as you've heard, the initial thing will be with a large thing that takes bites out of the building, right? So that's what's going to happen, and there's real concern that could trigger additional collapses. So I think we're not talking about so that's not what we're talking about here. At some point, that obviously becomes a possibility. And I think, so for purposes, it's easier to think, let's think the first question before us is giving them, an approval. They're seeking approval to sort of do those big bites and remove it down to wherever it's going to be, structurally sound, and which is where our engineer believes is this dark portion, okay? It may be different from that, but that's roughly what he thinks, okay? But so whatever we want to call that, that's what they're asking for. And then again, there's that second question that they're also asking for, but we don't necessarily have to get to that question if you don't want to get to it today. Yeah.
I'm a skeptical New Yorker, and in a situation where we are not hiring the demolition contractor, someone else is hiring the demolition contractor, how are we assured that the guy who's standing there on the sidewalk directing that demolition contractor doesn't say, yeah, go ahead, do what you want to do?
Big bites.
Yeah. Don't take nibbles, take as big a bite as you wish. How are we assured that that's not going to happen?
I think the answer to that question is the commission. We have, this was a sort of an emergency because of the situation to a contract with our engineer and who's going to be contracting with us over the long period, but we can certainly seek to have that person, monitor what's going on. If that's, that can certainly be part of this.
Yes, Fred.
I'll just make my comments at this point. I'll say that as president of the Brooklyn Heights Association back in the early to mid 80s, the famous Margaret Hotel fire is now coming back to my memory. I don't think it's a direct analogy, but it's of interest. There was less than 25% of the building remaining, so it was able to be demolished. A very important building in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. It was demolished, a new building was put in its place, which was not as tall, but was taller than zoning allowed. Anyway, I'm not sure how relevant that is, but since I lived through such a negotiation at that point. I just bring it up. But my position here, as I think it may be emerging a little bit from the general tone of the questions, is that I cannot support complete demolition of the entire site at this time. I would, with all the skepticism that Commissioner Devonshire has just put forth, I also have a self-serving demolition crew might easily cause more damage and destruction than is necessary, and I'm worried about that. I don't know how to solve that, eliminate that worry. But let me say this about ruins. Some of the most evocative experiences I've had in my life with architectural experience has been with a ruin, and with a ruin that is a phoenix rising from the ashes, you might say. And I think extraordinarily important and evocative architecture can come about when a new structure uses a piece of or a part of a ruin from another era. I think of Rome, of course. I think of Mexico City, of course. Although I haven't been to Lisbon, I would assume Lisbon, which suffered a huge earthquake in the 18th century, would be, and there are many places all over the world where this kind of architecture and problem has occurred. To me, this site is not only the site of a former or currently still an individual landmark. By the way, designated in 1967, just 2 years after the whole act started. This must have been a very important building to be designated so soon. Think of all the buildings that were designated much later. So certainly that early commission looked upon this building, as society did, as a very important building, not just architecturally, but culturally. And because of the cultural aspect of this site and its layering of history and religious history on this site and on this building, I would say that if we could somehow save what's in dark gray on these slides, but again, I don't think we can say only that. I think it has to be a careful little bite by bite by bite. We see what's left, and then I think then we have to reassess the question that's before us now, not today, whether enough is left to retain it as a landmark and therefore control its redevelopment and the replacement building. So that's my point.
Yes, John.
This is a rare occasion that I agree completely with Commissioner Bland. He's going to have a heart attack now. And I came into this hearing thinking otherwise about the result here. But I do think that that's correct. I think in the end, with Commissioner Devonshire's concern in mind, a monitor is important in this situation to make sure that it is done delicately. And we're not saying that more won't be done. We're just saying we don't know. We will approve what has to be done. We have an engineer who tells us what has to be done, agrees pretty much with theirs. We will go ahead with what has to be done. I think even most of the testimony goes along with that. I think if not all of it, we'll do what has to be done, and then we will come back and take another look at what's there and review from there.
Yes.
I'm in complete agreement here because it's not just about ruin. I think that on Sunday, when I went up there to participate in American with Disability Pride Parade, I was passing through Union Square. And I was so appreciative of that little section of wall between the 4, 5, and 6 going to the R, Q, and W. Even though it's only a portions of the wall, but they cut it, they left it there. And I think that Fred and John's points are well taken. I think if you go to the New York Public Library, how many people have gone down there to look at a portion of the former Croton Reservoir that was at the New York Public Library underneath it. So I think even a scrap of a remnant that can be preserved should be, and given that there are large sections of building that are unexplored and uncontested here, that we should have a second look at it.
Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the questions I was asking Mark earlier, obviously I feel that the direction he presented as an option is a way of trying to address some of those concerns that I was expressing. So I agree with the previous speakers.
Okay. Yes, Michael, and then Michael.
I guess first, I'm fundamentally angry that that this church and synagogue were the victims of an arson fire. You know, I have a building in Brooklyn that I care about, and I can guarantee you that no 14-year-old is getting into that building and setting it on fire. Nevertheless, the fundamental issue here for me is whether this building should be demolished. And I appreciate Brian's testimony, and I appreciate our superstructure's testimony, but somehow when I do a condition assessment, I assess the condition of a building and I present recommendations for remedial action. I don't see any recommendations for what the possibilities are for remedial action in either of the structural reports here. They both say, yes, it's unstable, and yes, it should be demolished. The fire occurred in May, it's July, and those immediate concerns are now over 2 months old. So I remain unconvinced of the absolute necessity for demolition of even the portions that the engineers say are unstable, because, as I said before, I deal with unstable buildings all the time, and we stabilize them. So for me, the question of demolition of this building is not even an issue. I can't approve it at this point. If we want to talk about the nuances of partial stabilization and things like that later, that's fine, but for the question on the table, I can't approve the demolition of this.
I think I certainly agree with what the general consensus seems to be, that this is a valuable structure, and we should work with the applicant who's expressed an interest in doing what can be done to preserve this structure, to try to figure out how to do so in the best way possible. I think that if I were sitting in their chair, what I would want to hear is from us is what we would be directing them to shoot for. I think that given the photographs that we saw of the structure, it does look very, very dire. It's the kind of thing that could bring down a building. However, I think that the problem that they have in stabilizing the structure has to do with getting the site prepared so that they can get to it and try to stabilize it in parts. There are parts that are probably going to come down. I mean, those towers have some terrible, terrible cracking, and it's quite possible that if it's not handled correctly that they would. It wouldn't take much. I think that as a goal, and we all understand that these goals may or may not be achievable based on conditions, I think as a goal, the applicant should be attempting, in the course of doing the removals they need to do at this time, they should be labeling and preserving as much as possible the stonework on the west facade, number one. That's the identity of the landmark. That's what people saw when it was first built, when it was in a dense urban fabric. That's clearly the most significant part of it. And based on what I could see from the photographs, the poor condition might actually make it easier to pick some of those pieces off delicately. as a child of a two-generation-long demolition family, I can tell you that the big bite thing will destroy this building before lunch. We should, I think, be setting forth to this applicant directions about using approved methods to minimize the possibility of taking this loosely assembled pile of unconnected bricks and having it fall over by chance. And I think that the monitoring idea is a good idea, but I think that we should be asking to the greatest extent possible that light equipment and hand removals be used when that is safe, when that is deemed safe. Obviously, you're not going to be able to do that all the time because you don't want to be putting people under a collapse. But to the extent that we can do that, that will help achieve the aims that the applicant and that this commission wants. So number one, I think the west facade should be as much as possible salvaged for possible future reassembly. We've done that in the past with other buildings, with cast iron buildings. It's very simple. You label them, you put them back. I think in terms of the other facades, they were less visible, but they make a place. So to the extent that they can be salvaged in place without reconstruction, certainly the east facade, no one's disagreeing that the east facade should try to remain and be shored, which it can be done because there's space to the west of it. And it looks like parts of other facades can be retained. So I think that if what we're talking about is guiding this artifact to wind up as some form of a ruin that is integrated in some future development that they are planning, I think that by setting out clear goals, while we acknowledge that we may not be able to reach all those goals because of reality, I think it's a good thing for us to do.
Okay.
And I would just add to that, if I could, that following what Michael Golden just said about what they should shoot for, that in this case, perhaps we need to think about the ruin as not just a kind of a fragment, because the east remains, because the west has, as you said, kind of a marker significance, and because at this point we understand that the kind of the lower portions of the north and the south are all right, that starts to define a space. And so maybe the thing to shoot for is the preservation of the space, not just. And I don't necessarily mean the roof, but I mean that this was a sanctuary, that it was the building as a single and individual landmark. The space was important. And so maybe, again, the shooting for is not just to keep a fragment of the wall and then fill it all in necessarily in the future. That what we're trying to do, that the ruin here will be defined by the space that's preserved as much as fragments of walls.
Well, let me suggest something here. I think that it seems that in general, I think the Commission can support the demolitions of portions of this building based on these reports. I think we can include, and Mark will tell me if I'm wrong, a condition about monitoring, as well as some kind of language that speaks to really removing or allowing the removal or the demolition of those portions that are absolutely necessary. I think that what is happening in the future and how we assess that, whether it's a ruin, whether it's incorporated, is really, I don't think we can really discuss that right now. So the idea of space, whether it's an open garden, and by the way, I love ruins and come from a city that has ruins everywhere, and just part of, I think, the urbanscape. But I think that it's hard for us to kind of tackle that issue because we're not there as yet. I think it's clear that the commission recognizes the significance of this building, this site itself, for both its architectural but its cultural history, and it means its entire meaning, not only within the Lower East Side but within the city. And so I don't think any of us are prepared to really accept the application as is, which is a complete demolition. So I recommend that we move ahead with allowing them to demolish portions of the building that are supported by their reports, with the condition of monitoring that, and with the sort of broader goal, which is to limit it to the amount that's absolutely necessary for health and safety. Does that seem reasonable? And okay, and where feasible, using techniques that may allow the salvaging the existing fabric. How's that?
And retaining?
Okay, so maybe can I suggest, since there's
Yes.
a lot of ideas floating here, that why don't we could close this hearing. I could actually sit down and try to draft something out that we could then come back and pass, so that we can make sure today. Yeah. So
Oh, that's fine, that's
I think that
okay.
it's hard to sort of
Right,
do these findings right this minute.
Okay.
So, but I've got a lot of principles that people have articulated, and I think hopefully I can put those into words. Okay.
Okay.
But Mark, we are completely
I'm sorry?
discounting the possibility of stabilization of any of the portions of this building prior to partial demolition, correct?
Say that again.
We are completely discounting the possibility for stabilization, even if it's not practical in a practical sense.
Are you asking as a question?
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
I believe that
That we are
I
not
believe that-
asking them to look towards stabilizing some of the areas that they have indicated are unstable.
Yeah.
I think that that what they've proposed, and they should correct me if I'm wrong, is that they cannot stabilize portions. They need to sort of remove the top portion of those towers, for example, because they can't get at them safely. They can't so that's their proposal.
What I took away from that was that it would be difficult, not that it would be impossible.
Right.
Okay, so we're asking them to demonstrate that it's not feasible to.
I'm asking you if that's part of what we're going to be.
Well, I'm trying to put together into words what the commissioners want me to.
Right, I think because I sort of set out this recommendation, to answer your question, yes, that was what it was, which is that the areas that they've shown us have to come down, that we allow them to demolish that. So it's different from, I think, what your suggestion was. Right.
I mean, what I heard from the conversation was somewhere in between the two, was that their statements were that you got to take it as it comes. So I think that we should be encouraging them, without specifying any specific place, to say stabilize where our consultant and their consultant agrees that it's feasible to do so. I mean, whether Herculean measures could be taken in any one spot is more than this commission can decide. We have a consultant. We're demanding that the consultant's going to work with their consultant to stabilize where feasible and to demolish where necessary. That seems to be a reasonable approach. And when demolishing, to use techniques that will promote the ability to future salvage and to minimize accidental boo-boos.
Just to say removal, not demolition.
It's words.
Is it?
It is. As long as the techniques are specified, as long as the goals are clear, I don't see the partial. You're going to be using a demolition contractor to do some of the work, so.
But do we not frequently use the terms, not interchangeably, demolition and disassembly?
Well, I think that if you're asking me, the difference between the one and the other is that in the disassembly, I know that I'm going to be reassembling all of the parts, right? Here, I think I haven't heard anybody say we should be rebuilding this building. I think that the notion that you're going to be salvaging what you can salvage that for reuse, you're not going to be getting 100%. You're going to be getting 70%, 50%, 30%, who knows what percentage, but because you're not getting back what you're taking down in whole, I think that the use of the word is not inappropriate. I mean, I think that the anxiety is that it sends a message, go ahead, wreck the damn thing. And I think that we can write it in such a way that that's not what we're saying. And I mean, if the word is a hot button issue, leave it out. It's not going to stop them from doing something that they want. You know, if they wanted to wreck the building profligately without our consultant present, they could do so. I mean, we are in this situation relying on our consultant to follow forth from our decision today. So, God willing, Superstructures has the experience and talent to follow through on that mission. I trust that they can. You know, I think that as long as our intentions are expressed as preserve what you can and be careful.
So why don't I will draft something and we'll bring it back today shortly. Okay? All right, so
All
just
right, that's
close
good.
that.
Then we can close the hearing. I think I'll redo that.
Okay, Commissioners, the item 4 is an application for certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 1908969. This is 127 Willoughby Avenue, located within the Clinton Hill Historic District. It's an Italianate-style row house built circa 1868. And the application is to construct a rooftop bulkhead, raise a chimney, and install mechanical equipment and railings.
Worked with her like social friends way before she was at VHA.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Hurlbut, Preservation Staff. This application is to construct a bulkhead and install mechanical equipment, a railing, and pavers, and to raise a chimney at the roof of the building at 127 Willoughby Avenue, located on the north side of Willoughby Avenue, between Washington and Waverly Avenues in the Clinton Hill Historic District. Now, as you will see, the work will be visible over secondary facades from here on Waverly Avenue, and the applicant is here to discuss the proposal in detail.
Thank you, Abby. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nick Cazales, the architect hired for the bulkhead addition on this property.
A bit louder, please. Yeah, thank you.
Is it on? Oh, okay. Thanks. My name is Nicholas Cazales, the architect hired for the design of the bulkhead addition on this property. I'll try to be as brief as I can here. As you can see, the property is located at the northernmost end of the Clinton Hill District, which is by this red line over here. And you'll see in our proposal that the bulkhead is not visible from any of the major thoroughfares along Willoughby Avenue, you know, the front facade here. It is visible, however, from the back corner, because there's no building here, from the back. So let's move forward here. This is the red area is the proposed bulkhead addition, and you'll see it's set back from the front, set back from the back facades. And it's designed to be connected to the stair of the building as a direct continuation inside. And so we're proposing railings all around for safety and a small HVAC unit at this location. This is the existing roof plan, just for reference. And you'll notice in the front it's sloped. The entire roof has a pretty dramatic slope. In the front, it's very dramatic, where it raises up to the cornice. So we can't utilize this area. These are proposed and existing elevations. This is the front elevation, and you'll see the proposed bulkhead. It is sloped from the front, and we'll get to that in the next slide. And this is from the rear elevation. This is the proposed bulkhead and our proposed cable railings. Now in the front, the cable railings are completely not visible because of the sloping roof. This is existing and proposed sections through the building. And you see that the front of the proposed bulkhead is sloping down. Initially, we designed it straight, as a rectangle, and we constructed a mock-up. And when we walked through the site with Abby, we noticed that it was slightly visible from the front of the building from the oblique views. So we reconstructed the mock-up, where you'll see to slope the front down, and now it's entirely not visible. And this is the railing in the front and the sides, and those are also not visible. The back, however, is. This is just a section, just a cross-section to the building showing the continuation of the stair, just to locate our bulkhead. And this is the visibility study. So we walked the entire neighborhood here, and our original mock-up was visible from this point right here, right past this corner building, and we did see it. We did not see it from here, but now that we sloped the roof, it's not visible at all. And these are photos taken from that point. And this is a zoomed-in photo, just so you could see it's from the same location, and our mock-up is wrapped in orange netting. And so you would be able to see it from here if it was visible. Now we'll jump into the back side here. With this photo right, is taken from the back from Waverly Avenue, so it's pretty wide open back here. And you'll see this is our proposed location of the railing and the bulkhead. Now it is wrapped, it's built with 2x4s, and it's wrapped in orange netting. In reality, what we're proposing to mitigate that is a cable railing, which is, I mean, it drastically reduces the visibility of the railing system. And there is precedence in the neighborhood for that, which we saw. The people have used this, and you really can't see it. It's actually less visible than this railing here, which is a picket style. And I'll show you photos of the proposed railing. This is another view from the corner of Willoughby, just since we were at this location, just to see it we're not visible at all in the front. This is another view from Willoughby and Washington, which I know there's trees here. I did zoom in, so we can see that there's no orange netting. And I'm 6'3", that's where the vantage point was, so I can guarantee you there was nothing visible. These are our proposed materials. These are the stainless steel cable rails, which is a light metal frame with stainless steel cables every 4 inches. The actual bulkhead is being clad with GFRC panels. In this exact color, we chose a light color so it could sort of blend in with the sky as much as possible. And I have samples here if anybody is interested. And the roof pavers, which aren't visible, will be these teak pavers we're proposing to install pedestals which are adjustable because of our drastic slope. And we're actually doing a 2-level paver system as you'll see in the rendering. So this is our mock-up, the revised mock-up, with the slope and roof, and our proposed rendering with the GFRC panels, our stainless steel cable rails. And this is a little step we did. And this, if we carried this, the front level back, it would have raised our railings another 12 inches or so by the time it went back there. So we decided to step it down so we can keep these railings as low as possible. And that's it. That's the last slide.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? Right, we have one speaker, Patrick Waldo.
Patrick Waldo on behalf of Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the proposed bulkhead to be highly visible, inappropriately large, and unnecessarily close to the front of the building. The applicants could make this bulkhead virtually invisible if they simply followed the line of the stairs and made the bulkhead steeper. Additionally, the pale gray fiber cement the applicant has chosen to use for this bulkhead is completely inappropriate for this pristine block of Willoughby Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. Do we have any other comments or questions for the applicant? All right, we can close the hearing. Comments? Yes, John.
Well, I'm confused by the testimony. Yeah, I thought that what we saw in the pictures was that it can't be seen from the front and it can be seen from the rear. So my concern was that they might be able to just push the rear, squeeze it just a little bit away from the edge and reduce that visibility a bit. But I wouldn't go closer to the front. I don't want to see it.
Right. Yes, Abby?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. It is it's not visible over the front. It's only visible over the rear facade here.
I was going to ask the applicant.
Right, and I think that if we want to reduce the visibility from the rear, I mean, I think generally it's okay, but if we want to, then we can ask them to set it back. But that we don't really want them to move the whole thing forward because that would be much more disturbing. So are there any other comments? So why don't we recommend that they just work with staff to see if they can set back from the rear to minimize visibility from the rear. All right, Diana?
In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, LPC 1908-969, 127 Willoughby Avenue, Clinton Hill Historic District. Application is to construct a rooftop bulkhead, raise the chimney, and install mechanical equipment and railings. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Clinton Hill Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features of the building, that the proposed rooftop installations will only be visible from select incidental views over a secondary facade, and will not diminish any prominent building silhouettes or streetscape views, that the bulkhead and HVAC unit will be typical in size, simply designed and finished in a neutral gray color, which will help them recede from view when seen from public thoroughfares, that the simply designed metal and cable railing will be typical of installations of this type in terms of placement and size, and will maintain a level of transparency, and that the overall effect of the proposed work will not overwhelm the building or detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or a historic district. But I recommend that the applicant work with the staff to set back the addition from the edge of the roof to reduce their visibility, but not so far as to incur any visibility from the front facade.
Good. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, item 5 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 19-11291. This is 96 6th Avenue, located within the Park Slope Historic District, Extension 2. This is an Italianate-style row house built in 1860 to 69. The application is to demolish a garage, construct additions, reconstruct an areaway wall, and modify windows.
To partially demolish and reconstruct a garage that's located on Prospect Avenue, and to construct a steel structure between the addition and the garage, to modify a garden wall, to install passive house style windows at 6 window openings throughout the building, and infilling one of the window openings at the Prospect Place elevation. The architect Benjamin Bapt is here to discuss the proposal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm joined by Maggie Hummel, who's the project manager for our firm. We want to give you a quick overview of our goals of the process and the proposal. As Michelle said, 966 is a corner property. Has two structures, the main house, an Italianate house built in the late 1860s, and then a freestanding garage around the corner on Prospect Place. It's currently occupied by a family of 5 after a history of being a multiple dwelling after it was a one-family house originally. Our goals for the renovation were threefold. The family wants to renovate the parlor level, the first floor level, for kitchen, dining, and living, which is where the family spends the bulk of their daytime hours. But it's a parlor floor that currently isn't very functional or adequately spacious. Second goal would be a family room and recreation area in the basement level that is open and light-filled and a comfortable relationship to the outdoors. And then a rear yard that better accommodates active play for their young children. As you can see from the site plan, the secondary structure is separated from the main house by a rear yard that's approximately 20 by 20. To get a sense of the uses and massing and character of corner lots, Maggie and I actually surveyed every single corner in all 3 Park Slope historic districts, all the way from Flatbush to Garfield Place. And it turns out that 6th Avenue, almost every single corner, and I think you can see in your packet if you want to, we have 12 examples, almost every single corner has some accretion of some sort into the rear yards or attached to the houses. There are lots of variety. Some are 1 story, some are 2 stories, some are attached, some are freestanding, some are only garages, some are residential, and some are a combination. The one common denominator that we began to see as we did our survey is that they are all kind of fairly utilitarian, and that we concluded, and we'll return to that if we talk about our proposal for the facade of the garage, should be sort of comparably restrained. So on to our proposal. Basically, on the parlor level, where our focus was in terms of the main family spaces, there is not there's not adequate space to really accomplish our program. And at the same time, the basement has more space than it needs in the primary structure. Also, the garage and the second floor of the garage, which had been a yoga studio once upon a time, also has more space than it needs. And the third sort of conclusion was that the rear yard is really too small for active play, And also its proportions were just very unpleasant. It's 20 by 20, and it is almost like being in a partially submerged cube. So with that, we worked with a study model, which you're free to pass around if you'd like, to sort of sculpt the space and let the functions begin to guide us and advise us with the overlay of some qualitative goals. We wanted to optimize the light into the daytime rooms and the view from the daytime rooms, but at the same time preserve privacy. We wanted to get more south light into the garden and more sky access, and then again to really pay a lot of attention to privacy on this very, very active corner. It's only a couple hundred feet from Flatbush Avenue and Barclays Arena, and it's a very busy corner. So as we began to let the functions inform our spatial allocations, we began to slice pieces away from the volumes that we were playing with. We took square footage off the basement, we took square footage off the garage, we took square footage off the studio, we put some square footage onto the parlor level where we needed, and then we splayed these volumes to open them up to the south to get some of the south light into the premises. And by doing that, we were able to increase this opening between the two volumes from about 19'7" to 29 feet. We also were able to increase the yard area by about 120 square feet. For the garage facade, which we're proposing an entirely new facade because in order to increase that distance between the two volumes, it basically had to be recomposed. In the spirit of our observations in the survey, we propose a fairly simple brick facade that uses steel lintels over the openings and a minimum of glazing. We also have bluestone sills, bluestone coping that are accents here and there. We also have a detail from a former project we did some years ago up in the upper left-hand corner where you get a little better, more sort of tangible sense of the vocabulary as we're proposing it for the garage. And then for the two walls of these volumes, we're proposing a significant amount of glass, but that faces each other across the courtyard, and then to provide the privacy and solar control that opening it up to that extent and to the south, we're proposing these glass slats that you can see in the renderings. We do have a sample of the material. That's not the exact material, but it's all we can obtain at the moment. We wanted something fairly quiet. We didn't want anything white or bright or highly reflective. We've been working with a glass consultant, and what we're looking at is a laminated glass that probably has a gray interlayer and a kind of an etched. We want something that was kind of light, light transmitting, light filtering, and so these slats are actually going to be a composite. So Maggie's going to tell you a little bit about a couple of the other components quickly of the proposal, the link between the main house and the studio and the windows and the existing wall.
Commissioners. My name is Maggie Hummel. As Ben said, I'm working with him.
Can you just speak a little bit louder? Thank
Sure.
you.
My name is Maggie Hummel. I'm working with Ben, as he said, on this project. As he mentioned, we have a steel-structured open-air bridge that connects the two structures on the site. It's meant to connect the two living spaces and provide direct access between the parlor level and the second level of the back building. The adjectives we've used in the design have been light and lacy, so we are proposing as light a steel structure as possible and walkable glass to be installed over the length of that bridge, as well as the stair treads that lead down to the rear yard. We are also proposing a horizontal steel cable railing that will be in the same spirit of the existing roof railing that was previously installed. To talk about the front windows that we are proposing, as Ben mentioned, this house is in close proximity to Flatbush Avenue and the Barclays Arena. They have felt the effects of the overflow of the crowds that tend to gather around that area, especially late at night. So we are proposing the replacement of 7 windows on the front facade, 3 on the garden floor, and 4 at the second floor. You can see in the front elevation, you can see 5 of those, and then there are 2 that wrap the corner. You can see from this front facade photo, those front rooms have side windows. The existing windows were installed approximately 6 years ago in a previous renovation. They are Tischler wood double-hung windows. They have a sound transmission class rating of approximately 37. So we are proposing the replacement of just these windows because they are in sleeping quarters at the front of the house. What we'd like to replace them with are a passive triple glazed window, simulated double hung with a fixed upper sash and a tilt turn lower sash. These windows have an approximate sound transmission class rating of 42, even though it's only 5 points higher than the existing. It's a logarithmic increase, so that sound transmission is significantly reduced. We plan to retain the existing brick molds. You can see our details here between existing and proposed. The only difference in the profile of the existing windows and proposed windows is there's about a ½ inch difference in the upper rail of the lower sash of the new window. So it'll have a slightly larger center rail. But other than that, the perimeter profiles are the same. Lastly, just to address the garden wall that we see along the Prospect Place facade of the rear yard is an existing masonry wall with a brownstone finish on it. There is an existing opening in that wall, as you can see in the original photos at the top. We plan to close that opening and relocate the access to the rear yard closer to the garage facade. We'd like to retain the brownstone finish, but refinish it with new brownstone to match. We'd like to remove the ornamental ironwork that we see atop that brownstone wall currently and replace it with horizontal steel cable rail to reach the same height that ornamental ironwork is at currently. The current wall we find it to be quite solid and a little forbidding on the streetscape. So we are proposing a series of rhythmic impressions on that brownstone wall. You can see a detail at the top of the sheet, drawing 3, that create a pattern along that wall and bring a sense of relief to what is very solid right now. So that concludes the presentation. We'd be happy to elaborate if you have any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions? Right. Are there any speakers on this item? Right. No speakers. And Community Board 6 recommends approval of this application. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing then. Right. Comments? Yes, Fred.
I think this is a very respectful but contemporary approach to updating a significant house on a corner, an important corner. I think the exigencies of the nearby Barclay Center have been explained and have, to me, satisfied my curiosity about the unusual glass fenestration, let's call it, in the back, which I think is actually very interesting. And because it's also modest and recessive, I think it not only is appropriate, but it will bring interest by passers-by to see a contemporary family living in a contemporary way in a 19th century house.
Other comments? Right, I would agree, and I think it's a very intriguing design, and it looks like a great place to live in. But even in terms of its appropriateness, I think that so it does build on the existing fabric. There's some changes you're making. The angle, which is somewhat unusual, I think it works, and I think they provided us different examples of garages and extensions, which over, I guess, however many decades this has been in the historic district, has actually embraced some of these more contemporary responses. So I think it's a very nice design, and I would support it. I think it's appropriate. Okay, Michael?
Regarding 96 6th Avenue in the Park Slope Historic District Extension Number 2, the application is to demolish a garage, construct additions, reconstruct an areaway wall, and modify windows. I recommend approval, noting that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Park Slope District. I recommend approval, finding that the work will not eliminate or damage any significant architectural features, that the proposed rear yard addition will not rise to the full height of the building and will maintain a sense of the building's original volume, that the proposed rear yard addition will utilize materials fenestration and a division of floor levels. That'll be in keeping with the materials palette of the building. That although the rear addition will be visible from over the garden wall, the overall height and massing of the addition is compatible with varied conditions. That other additions at this portion of the block, to the angled wall, glass multi-fin fenestration, red brick cladding, and massing at the rear elevation of the extension will harmonize with other rear facades in the block, while allowing the addition to express itself as a contemporary addition to a historic structure. That the existing garden will be finished with a brownstone colored stucco, allowing it to blend with the materials of the streetscape, and the addition of vertical notches will help relieve the solidity of the masonry wall. That the metal stair connector will maintain a visual connection, a separation of the house and garage, and being set back from the street will be an effective connection between the two structures that recedes from view. That the existing garage has been highly altered, therefore its partial demolition will not eliminate significant historic fabric. That the altered two-story garage will be consistent in scale and massing with the current garage and other garages in this historic district, and will support its subordinate role in relation to both the associated row house and other row houses along Prospect Place. That the simple form, materials, and finishes of the proposed garage, featuring red brick cladding, asymmetrical window openings to the second floor, dark garage doors, and I-beam lintels in a complementary color, will harmonize with the house and streetscape, and that the angled side elevation of the garage and associated fins, creates a dialogue with the angled rear elevation of the main house's proposed rear yard addition, that the existing windows are modern replacements and do not closely match the historic windows, and therefore their removal will not result in the elimination of historic fabric, that the proposed windows will closely match the historic windows in terms of material, configuration and details, profiles, finish, and dimensions, that the fixed upper sash will be in a different plane from the lower sash, thus replicating the appearance of the historic window sashes, and that the change in operation at the lower sash will be only perceptible when the sash is open.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved. So why don't we do one more item and then we can break for lunch if the commissioners are okay with that? Then we'll do Emmons afterwards. Okay.
Okay, so item 6 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 19-11-833. This is 872 St. John's Place, located within the Crown Heights North Historic District 2. It's a Romanesque Revival-style row house designed by Frederick L. Hine and built circa 1897. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions and excavate the rear yard.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Julianne Wiesner-Chianese, Preservation Staff. 872 St. John's Place is located on the south side of St. John's Place, near the middle of the block, between Nostrand Avenue and New York Avenue. The proposal is to construct rooftop and rear additions and excavate a portion of the rear yard. The Landmarks Preservation Commission issued a staff-level permit in December 2016 for interior alterations only. The application form indicated that the scope of work was for interior alterations only, but references to the construction of a rear addition were included on the drawings. The permit was issued for interior alterations only, and subsequently a Department of Buildings permit was issued for the construction of a rear addition. Demolition of the interior of the building and the removal of the roof of an existing rear L commenced. After it was brought to the attention of the Department of Buildings that the Commission's permit did not include the construction of an addition, a stop work order was issued. The applicants then filed for exterior work at the Commission. The previous proposal was for a full-height rear addition. The current proposal is for a rear addition that is not full height, as well as a one-story rooftop addition. The rooftop addition will be visible from a public thoroughfare, but the rear addition will not be visible from any public thoroughfares. I'd now like to introduce Tom Vandenbout, who will describe the proposal in more detail.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tom Vandenbout from NV Design Architecture. As was described, we came to this project very, very late. We took this on as the sort of design architect in this last phase to address the redesign of the addition. The previous iteration that had been approved at DOB was simply a four-story extrusion of the existing. So what we tried to do was to mitigate some of the impact of that very simple design. I'm trying to figure out. So the previous one basically just extended the bulk of the building, the roof, all the way out to the back here. This is the existing in the front. Obviously, it's an active construction site. This is the existing rear yard addition that began to be demolished. There's nothing left on the inside, but the exterior walls still remain. And you can see this is a really nice intact row with this rhythm of windows, arched windows at the top with these little pair and a single that's true of all the rest in the row. So this is the existing. You can see that there's an interesting section. There's a very high cornice in the front that obscures the visibility of essentially a third floor or a fourth floor in the back. So it looks like a three-story in the front, but it's in fact four-story. And this is the existing extension. What we're proposing to do that modified the previous is to maintain the 4 stories that were previously proposed that ended up even with the roof, and push it down essentially a half floor. The existing garden apartment is very close to grade in the front. So what we're proposing to do is take those 4 stories, do the absolute minimum floor-to-floor height by code, and push it down as far into the ground as possible, thereby revealing and maintaining the top 3 windows, one of which becomes a door. Now these aren't the full window. It comes up to about halfway through that window, but that's as far as we can take it down to limit the bulk of this and maintain some visibility of it. Then in order to maintain the square footage that the owner of the building wants to keep, that has been eliminated to some extent by the interior planning of this. A stair bulkhead has been extended across the width of the house to create a single room to the side. So this is the view, the current elevation of the back with the small extension. This is the view that we're proposing with the exposed windows and the extension up above. There's chimneys up here, one of which would be extended here in the back. And this is the existing section. So you can see the very high sort of cornice in the front that hides, this is the existing 4th floor or 3rd floor, depending upon how you count it. And this is the proposed section. With the red is what was there before or exists today. So you can see we're extending the footprint of the existing, and we're making it full width and adding a story here. Although the interior planning is split along the wall. So the back addition, the floors don't line up. These are the existing floors, obviously. These are the minimized floors in the rear. And there are front and back units, essentially. So this is a little axonometric of the roofscape in the front, looking from the front. So this is the street on this side with the existing little, there's a series of windows here. Some people have changed them to doors to get access to this as a roof terrace. And this is the little rooftop addition. This is the mock-up with some lines we've added to sort of clean up the lines for clarity. None of the, we've moved the rail, there's an existing rail here in the front that is fully visible from the street. We're moving that back so that none of that is visible, and this is basically a little yard for air conditioners. And we've lowered this to the point where there is some visibility, but it is simply the sort of upper foot, 18 inches. There you can see it. So this rail would go away. That's the view of the same mock-up in the back. And then the plans, I don't know, are so interesting. There's these are existing photos then of the rear yards and the roofscape. So you can see there is a neighbor that goes up higher and deeper. That's outside of the district. Where's the block plan? Is there not a...
So can you see
There it
anything
is.
from the
So
public? Can you see any of the addition from the public thoroughfare?
You can't see the rear yard addition, no. You can see the rooftop addition as pointed out, you know,
Oh, it's
the
just-
upper.
right,
But
okay, got
the
it.
rear yard addition you cannot see. I mean, this is the block plan. way down at this end of the block, there's some structures in the back, and there's a little bit more density of extensions. I mean, there are a number of extensions along here that are essentially the same depth as what exists today. Same thing on the other side.
Well,
but there's no visibility of the back.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
Tom. It looks like the addition is much bigger than anything that exists on a very pristine, clean donut, which is bigger than normal, I think. The block is bigger than 200 feet, is it?
It is, yeah. These are, what's the depth of these lots? They're 100 and... Yeah, they're 130. Well, it's shy of 130, they're 128. And this does not, you know, what's being proposed is shy of the 30-foot limit. On the other hand, I'm not trying to pretend that it's that it's not the deepest.
Okay, are there any questions right now for the applicant?
I'm not wrong in saying that it would also be the tallest.
It's the tallest.
That's correct.
Yeah. All right, why don't we take testimony, and I'm sure we'll have thoughts about this. Ethel Tyrus, yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ethel
Caius, yes.
I'm here for the Land Use Committee for Brooklyn Community Board 8. The full community board met June 8th, and the members voted 28 in favor with 4 opposed and with 6 abstentions to deny support for this really bulky rear extension for 872 St. John's Place in an effort to preserve the historical integrity of the district. As we understand it, the proposal is for 28.75 foot deep, 20 foot wide enlargement that would leave 43.5 feet of open space in the rear yard. A small rooftop addition is also planned where the existing railing would be moved back to minimize visibility. The basement will be excavated to provide an 8-foot ceiling. The community board has concerns about the size and height of the planned enlargement, including the rooftop addition. Our concerns are exacerbated when coupled with the lack of precedent that there are no other enlargements of comparable mass and bulk on any of the properties in the block. As such, we hope LPC will deny the 4-story extension with rooftop addition to help us in our quest to preserve the integrity of our historic district. As always, we thank you for your consideration of our request and for allowing us the opportunity to comment. I must further add today, after reviewing the revised proposal, that the applicant's changes are ineffective in mitigating the overwhelming bulk and mass. Dropping the overall height of the building by excavating the rear yard does not adequately reduce the height. Further, the applicant needs to reduce the number of stories and enlargement down to basement and 1 story. Sympathy for the applicant's situation is here, but the applicant's return on investment can be buttressed by using the federal preservation tax credit. This is a distressed census area. People there are poor, and the additional units in this building will not be affordable to the current area residents. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Patrick Walder.
Patrick Waldo, Historic Districts Council. Because of bureaucratic error, work began on the rear of 872 St. John's Place without LPC permits and only ceased because of the Crown Heights North Association, who swiftly brought this to the attention of the LPC. It is unclear how this happened, as the applicant successfully secured a C&E for interior work in December 2016. Existing photographs of the site reveal that the shell of the historic L still exists, and we strongly urge the LPC to review this proposal within the parameters that commissioners typically approve rear yard extensions to single-family row houses on pristine blocks. This typically means not approving full-width 3-story height rear yard additions in combination with excavation and a rooftop addition. This 30-foot deep extension is unprecedented on the block and in the historic district. While 2-story rear yard extensions can and have worked well in row house districts, 3 is too much, especially in consideration of the other bulk the applicant is asking for. The programmatic needs of the project are overwhelming for this house. Is it better that the proposed bulk and program will serve many units as opposed to a single family? Possibly. However, whether for a single family or multiple, the bulk remains inappropriate for a row house and this building's use as the commission, for this row house. And this building's use, as the commission well knows, is irrelevant in examining appropriateness. We cannot reiterate this strongly enough. If the Landmarks Commission begins to include increasing housing density into the metrics of appropriateness, decades of decisions will be thrown into shadow. How many times have we stood here and argued against the merging of 2 or more buildings into a single occupant dwelling, complete with rear and roof additions, only to see this permitted? If there is no inherent injunction against the lessening of residential density, there can be no inherent bias towards its increase. With that in mind, we ask that the addition be reduced to preserve the scale of the block. With speculation preying on neighborhoods like Crown Heights and Bedford-Stuyvesant, the approved version of how big speculators can build out a row house will, without doubt, set the template for future development in these intact 19th century neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, I just want to reiterate that Community Board 8, and we heard testimony, but we also received their resolution, which recommends disapproval of this application. Do we have any additional questions for the applicants? Okay, in that case, we can close the hearing. So I think that it's obvious that some of the questions that the commissioners asked, that if you look at this block and its existing context, yeah, it's okay, which is on page 1, I think it is one of those blocks where you haven't seen a lot of incursions in the rear yard particularly. So I think even though they said there are others, but those are mostly 1-story, and they're L's, and they're sort of scattered about. So I think, at least my instinct is that what they proposed at the rear is just too much. And because right now they have, I believe, already 2 stories, a 2-story L, let me see if I got that correct. If we go to
right there,
the section, right? Yeah. Okay, so we see that. So perhaps what they could, I think they should definitely take down 1 floor at the top, and it'll be more similar to the heights, a little bit more than the height right now. And I think the other issue is that it extends much further than anything else. So I would recommend that they should set this back to the point of where they are right now as well. And so you take off a floor and you set this back and you'll get something. I think it is still perhaps, I think the context is really 1 stories, but because they already have a 2-story addition, and if it's set back to the depth that they have right now, I think it'll be more in keeping with what they have now.
Agreed. What about the roof?
There's
no additions to any of those roofs.
Right, I just remember that Mark, who's not here, right? Oh, Mark is here. I think this question had come up before about the standard regarding rooftop additions. And I think it was a question how we look at rooftop additions and if they're not visible. So if this was done at staff level, regardless if there are any other additions to the roofs, the staff would be allowed to do it. It's before us right now because we're talking about the rooftop addition along with the rear yard. It is slightly visible, so scratch that out. But I think it is, to me, I think it's acceptable because, in fact, it'll set back and actually remove where they have the railing right now, because the railing is already visible. So if you go to here, it's, there's already visibility, and they'll be removing that railing, and it'll be set back further. So I think that's minimal. I could accept that. Yes, Diana.
I was just going to say another thing about taking off the additional floor. Because the floor is no longer a line, you're cutting off half of the top floor with that current, height, which I find is excessive.
Right.
As you.
Is it not visible from the? It's only from the within the rear yard. Yes, Michael.
I'm afraid I can't support this even in the reduced way. I mean, just looking at that site plan, for me, it's one of those pristine blocks where the addition that they have is already twice as large and twice as deep as any other addition on the block. I just don't, I think if they'd come forward with the current addition, we wouldn't have approved it, or we would have just barely approved it. I think, and the same thing goes for the rooftop addition. You have a block, on both sides of these pristine things. I can't support it. I think I could support making the current two-story addition full width, but that's about as far as I could go.
All right, other commissioners?
It's awfully deep.
Push back if it's going to be 3 stories. At full width, it's got to push back.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Okay, all right. So, well, why don't we do this? Since there's maybe not quite consensus here as yet, why don't we, I think there's some recommendations that we put forward. Why don't you show us what it looks like and put some context to it so we can see? But, so there's this idea you have to cut it back, at least take off one floor. I mean, we may feel like, figure out how you're lining your floors, and we may figure out whether we, whether it should be 1 story or 2 stories removed. That would be more in keeping with what you were saying. And we'll evaluate the rooftop addition along with those changes. So we're not going to take any action today. You can come back and show us some of these potential changes, and let's take a look at it. Okay? All right.
Yeah, I agree with
that. Okay, so we will take a lunch break, and we'll come back at 1:40. Okay.
Yep. Commissioners, we're going to start with the public meeting item first, which is docket number 183812. This is 1901 Emmons Avenue, F.W.I.L. Lundy Brothers Restaurant, an individual landmark, Spanish colonial revival style restaurant, building designed by Bloch and Hess and built in 1934. The application is to legalize facade, roof, and site work performed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits and to install a marquee. This was last presented on November 15th of 2016, and no action was taken at that time.
Good afternoon, Victor Tomanik, Preservation staff. As Jared mentioned, this is Lundy's Restaurant in Brooklyn. Back in November of last year, there was an application to request legalization of a number of violations. There was no action taken at that date. However, the commission did have a number of recommendations, which the applicant has done. Of all the violations, 7 were addressed and are going to be handled at staff level. However, there are 5 that still need commission level review.
Victor, we're doing the public meeting item first, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
So public meeting first, there'll be a vote, and then we'll do a public hearing that portion of it. So starting at the East 19th Street facade, there were 2 ducts and a rooftop mechanical equipment installed without a permit. This is the before photo. The mechanical equipment has been relocated onto the back side of the sloped roof, and the ducts have been cut down so that they're not visible over this primary facade. The only area where the ducts are visible is if you're basically standing right in line with this alley.
Is where?
There's this alley between the three-story building and then right here.
Right.
So if you're standing on the street or the sidewalk here, that's the only visibility of the ducts.
And that's the photograph that we just saw, right?
Correct.
That-
That's basically standing right on the sidewalk. Coming over to this entry here on Ocean Avenue, there were sliding metal doors installed without a permit, shown on the left. Staff had approved sliding metal doors at the rear parking lot facade, so the applicant added additional framing members and installed those on the existing doors. So currently, the door installed is here. This one on the right is the door at the rear facade, which is non-violation, but they're just matching now. At that same entry, there was a entry enclosure installed underneath the canopy. The commission didn't have any issues with that at the public hearing based on its footprint and the fact that it's easily reversible. Coming to the rear facade of the parking lot, there was a fence installed without permits, shown on these two photos on the left. The commission asked for the signage to be removed, which has been done, as you can see on the photos on the right. And then finally, back in 2011, the commission had approved a stucco wall to hide mechanical equipment. However, that approval did not include any doors, nor did it include these vents that you see here, or the louvers. So the louvers have been painted to match the stucco. The doors were originally blue, they're now black. And as I mentioned, all the other violations are being handled at staff level. They're currently doing some facade restoration work, so that will be addressed in a little while. Are there any questions about any of those specific items?
Are there any questions? All right, thank you, Victor. So we can discuss this. I'm happy that some of these things are being taken care of at staff level, but I recall that two areas were really, I think, problematic was the mechanicals at the front, and it seems that it's not going to be visible from the front anymore, and it's only through the side alley, so that's good. And they've already done it, actually, right? And the second was at the, I think, at the rear where we had the wall, which the commission approved, and they put the louvers in. I think we were concerned about its earlier iteration, and I think now they've painted the louvers and installed a more, I guess, a color that doesn't draw that much attention to itself in terms of the openings. And was there anything else? Oh, the other ones were the doors and the canopy. I think the canopy we didn't really have an issue with, sort of that enclosure, that temporary kind of enclosure. And the doors are now have been made consistent with doors that were approved at the rear. Are there any concerns? Okay, good. So, Michael? Yes.
In the matter of 1901 Emmons Avenue, the F.W.I.L. Lundy Brothers Restaurant Building, an individual landmark, an application to install awnings, light fixtures, and signage. I recommend approval, finding that the installation of the proposed awnings and canopies will not cause the loss or damage to any significant architectural features, that the proposed fixed awnings featured, what? Oh, thank you. Hold, please. That the work has not caused damage to any significant architectural features of the building, that the wall through wall louvers and gates installed at the reconstructed areaway wall adjoining the parking lot at the service side of the full block building are simply designed in utilitarian in nature and do not call undue attention to themselves. That landscaping will be installed in front of the mechanical equipment enclosure wall, thereby further decreasing its visual impact. That the design materials and finishes of the multi-light metal and glass sliding doors at the Ocean Avenue and service side facades are harmonious with the historic window and door infill at other locations around the building. That the metal picket fence with a black finish surrounding the parking lot at the service side of this full block building is simply designed and unobtrusive. that the Ocean Avenue sidewalk enclosure is well scaled to the canopy it is installed beneath, and its installation is readily reversible, and the mechanical ducts have been relocated further into the alleyway and will be finished to match the color of the surrounding stucco, which will help the ducts recede from view.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, now we'll go back to the public hearing, the same building. This is docket number 1912240, 1901 Emmons Avenue, F.W.I.L. Lundy Brothers Restaurant Building, an individual landmark, a Spanish colonial revival-style restaurant building designed by Block & Hess and built in 1934. And the application is to install awnings, light fixtures, and signage.
Good afternoon, Victor Tumanek, Preservation staff. These are some general photos of the building. This application encompasses a number of items. First, they are proposing 3 domed canopies. You can see them here on Ocean Avenue and on the parking lot, and then at the 3-story building on East 19th Street. They'll use fabric that they use at the other canopies, and they'll be just solid red. There are currently some retractable awnings at both Emmons Avenue and Ocean Avenue. The applicant is proposing fixed awnings, which staff cannot approve. There are 3 menu boxes adjacent to entry, so there are these rectangles here, here, and then at the 3-story building. There are sconces along all the facades. As you can see, obviously from here. There is facade lighting at the 3-story building. Some will be installed above the canopies, some at the soffits of the roof. And going back to the plan, at the parking lot, the applicant is proposing 4 light poles. Shown in this detail here. They will have integrated security camera. They are 25 feet tall. They're located in these 4 locations. And the applicant's here to provide further clarification.
Good afternoon. I'm Teresa Byrne from NSC Architecture. I am here to present this work, which Victor went on briefly. We have existing canopies. I call these barrel canopies. We have 1 existing barrel canopy, and currently along all the facades except this annex building, we have retractable awnings. We'd like to replace the retractable awnings with fixed awnings everywhere, including this facade here. They will all be striped. Let's see, here is the detail right here of what the fixed canvas awning would look like to replicate a retractable awning. Again, they're all existing around here, and these would be the new ones, all striped. Now this barrel canopy here, they're all existing. We already have a permit in place to replace them with this striped canvas, and they would be red in the front. So each barrel canopy would be red in the front. And now we are proposing that we have 1 existing dome canopy here. This one's new, and this is a proposed new one as well, and those would be red. We are also proposing lighting around the perimeter. We already have some here that was approved many years ago. We'd like to take the lighting in between each bay, in between each window, and wrap it around the entire building. For the annex, we'd like this to be lit from the side, from the top down, above the canopies coming up, and then as well as the sconces in between all of the windows, as well as the same for over here. And then again, you'll see this is the parking light, which has been designed, the parking lot lighting and security camera, which keeps all of the lighting within the parking lot, so there's no spillage out into the neighborhood. And this is the sconce we'd like to use in between every window. This is up at the eaves, and this is the small light fixture that we would be using right here above the canopy. We do have 3 menu boxes that we are proposing. The size, sorry, I can't read from this angle, but the 3 would all be the same. 1, 2, and 3 on this side. We are adding signage only in one spot, but this can be done at staff level as it's within the parameters of what's permitted at staff level.
Okay, are there any questions? Just in terms of the lighting scheme, can you just tell us a little bit about why it's at every pier along? Is it because you want to get the right illumination level, or?
We would like to get the light illumination level. We'd like to keep the security light safe. Currently here, they're on this facade, and here they're already existing. We'd like to replace all to match. I'll go back to here. You can see they're here, here, here. Maybe you can see them better on this photograph. But they don't continue around the side, and that's what we'd like to do.
Okay, and in terms of lighting of the building, it's only at the annex tower that you're...
That's correct. If you're standing at this point here, this is Emmons Avenue. There is a restaurant down here in this corner, and we do like to sort of highlight that a little bit and staying within keeping with the building as opposed to giant signage, et cetera.
Okay, all right. Any questions? All right, we have 2 speakers. Steve Barson.
Before I begin, I just want to point out that instead of having 15 people here, there are 8 organizations as part of our coalition. So we thought it's best I just give it all to you in about 3 to 5 minutes instead of 45 minutes. So I'm going to do my best. I'll cover each topic as fast as I can. My name is Steve Barrison. I'm president of the Coalition Bay Improvement Group. My family's been in Sheepshead Bay for generations, well over 100 years. I've not only worked for over 6 years with the Brooklyn historian, the borough historian, on preservation and designation of the Lundy building, from my grandparents to my parents, myself. We all ate there so many times that I cannot count. You should know at the outset, I'm a practicing real estate attorney for over 30 years and was a volunteer at this Landmarks Commission for over 5 years, and in fact was the co-chair of the 25th Anniversary Committee. It's been a long time since I've been here. I know a couple of you, but most of you I don't. I tell you this so you understand I don't come down here often, or you would know me. But this time I do. I don't take the importance of the commission lightly. I'm compelled to testify today because of the severe drift away from the LPC's mission as spelled out in the law's designation of the commission, as pointed out on your own website. I speak on behalf of our members and the coalition as the largest community coalition of businesses and residents of the type in Sheepshead Bay area. We're opposed to the current alterations proposed to the building, which you must not overlook since your own website points out as a factor the impact on the community. Lundy's is located in the very heart of our Sheepshead Bay Waterfront Special District, covering an entire city block and directly across from the 1880 historic wooden footbridge. For a fast review, the application of Lundy building changes. I am not sure why they would need or want fixed awnings, which can easily become a hazard in storms or high winds, which happen with increasing frequency these days, especially higher wind gusts. Retractable awnings offer several benefits, not to mention safety. We just lived through it with Sandy, and seems like every other week we have a severe storm. On the lighting, it would seem to me at first glance that the totality of the landmark, its significance in the community, the history associated with it, and the impact on the entire waterfront community in Sheepshead Bay's special use waterfront district, that all must be considered. The extremely questionable alterations imposed upon the landmark several times before, all were without prior LPC approval or community notice or review, and now should at least require more than a simple approval or negotiation on this application. That is, in fact, our only landmark in the entire Sheepshead Bay area. We have lost several very important landmark-worthy structures over the decades. The steady stream of misleading statements by the highly biased applicant over the years before CPC and LPC cannot fairly or rightly continue without accountability or consequences any longer. Just for the record, there were several restaurants interested in that market space that nobody talks about anymore, despite the fake news about contrary over the last 10 years. Therefore,
Okay,
while
Mr. Barrison, if you can try and wrap.
well, if your indulgence, let me get through it. Therefore, the awnings, for many reasons, including the authenticity, should at least safely be retractable and not fixed as proposed. There must be enforcement of some kind and some kind of punishment. In addition, they should be authentic wine in the green colors that they were, just as they were when they reopened in 1995. This carnival candy stripe is like some tourist hokey thing down south in New York, maybe in New Jersey somewhere. The symbol and vision of the building and its landmark preeminent position outweighs this red and white candy stripe, and it should be redirected to the colors as when it was restored in 1995. We don't see why that can't be done today. For the record, the original building, so you all should know, never did have awnings, only at the entrances. The awnings that are over the windows were added in later years. There is controversy over this, but if you look back at the history, it's easily can be found what the truth is. But if you're going to do it, let's do it right. On the lighting, it's very difficult to analyze, so I point out it's very important on landmarks to have lighting and highlight them. But I would think, again, considering the applicant's previously disrespectful behavior by drilling holes, wiring fixtures all around without prior application, that this kind of request should be held to some kind of standard with the Commission's essential mission that would require appropriate, accurate lighting, image rendering, and a digital image workup to be revealed and reasonably and fairly reviewed first before approval. How do we know what it's really going to look like? This is 2017. We don't have to use just drawings. The lighting must be reviewed not only on the impact of the landmark and the structure itself in isolation, but as the law provides. It says, must be the impact on the area, the residential housing, the traffic on the streets, the adjacent Bell Parkway, the service road too, and don't forget the community in the waterfront. The signage, it's unclear. We don't know what it's going to be. We weren't told. We tried to get access before the community board. All we were told is there was going to be hearings, so we never got that. Finally, before passing on this new application, there be some good faith cooperation here by the applicant, and that they should be required to restore the colored stained glass broken around the landmark and presently covered in plastic, tape, wood, clear, some kind of garbage stuff, whatever, since the restoration in 1995. That is never talked about, and it's as if it doesn't happen. If they fail to do so, for once again, there must be some kind of consequences. We can't just keep ignoring the landmark and its significance when it's all we got is one in the community.
All right, if you can conclude. I think we've given you enough time, so.
Well, I only have 2 more paragraphs.
I think we have it in front of us, so we can read that. We've given you enough time.
Okay, well, I thank you then for your support, and please don't backdoor landmark changes just by approving them after. There has to be something. You know, I studied this for a long time. You look in the landmarks law.
Okay,
as it's on your
thank you,
website.
Mr. Barrison.
This is textbook landmark, culturally, historically, socially, and architecturally. It's not just an old building.
Thank you. Patrick Waldo?
Patrick Waldo, Historic Districts Council. With all of the illegal work done to this building, some of which you have seen during the public meeting section of the hearing, HDC urges the Commission to accept a minimalist design approach to this application, which is Sheepshead Bay's only designated landmark. For nearly a decade, this building has accumulated so much clutter because of doing work without LPC permits. To begin, the existing light fixtures that are on every single pier, like all previous modifications to this building, were installed without permits. Now the applicant is asking for a different type of light, and HTC finds this amount of light excessive and asks for the lighting to be reduced and concentrated near the entryways of the building. Historic photographs reveal that there was never a precedent or existence of lighting to this degree. Emmons Avenue is a well-lit, pedestrian-oriented thoroughfare facing the water, and there is not a need for this amount of illumination. Further, the uplighting proposed for the upper floors of the building should be examined by commissioners. The cumulative effects of this proposal and the subsequent public meeting item will project the idea of what a designated landmark is and should be in an area with so few examples. To this end, HDC believes that the key here is less is more. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, Community Board 15 recommends approval of this application. Mark, do you want to just comment on I think the commissioners know the standards that apply to us, so yes.
I mean, for a review of an individual landmark, we're not reviewing it for the impact on the adjacent neighborhoods or environmental concerns or traffic concerns. This is really about the impact on the building itself and the historic features and architectural features of the building.
Good to clarify that. Do you want to respond?
The reason we are gone from retractable awnings to fixed awnings, because the frame is thicker and can stand wind gusts. I don't know specifically what amount, but when a gale comes across the water and the retractable awnings are left open because they retract, they're lighter, they're flimsy, they tend to break more often than these fixed awnings would. And if given there's another sandy storm along the way, they would be removable. Like in preparation for any other storm, big storm that comes, that would be addressed at that point. But that's why we're doing fixed awnings, because they're more sturdy on a daily basis.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Yes.
Was there a permit for the sconces that are on the building now?
Under an application by Gary Silver some years ago. I'm sorry, I do not have that, but yes, they were part of right here on the corner. On this, on Ocean Parkway, Ocean Avenue side, and wraps around here on this side.
And are those sconces the same sconces as you're proposing now, or are they different ones?
They are similar, but they are not the same.
So you're proposing to leave those
No,
to
to
have the new ones, or to just replace those?
Replace everything to match, so they would all match.
But in the same location?
Correct.
Is there a, what happens in the soffit? Would it be possible to put those down, put downlights in the soffit over the pillars where you have eaves as opposed to doing the sconces?
Up in here?
Right, would that be feasible?
I think that would be feasible, yes. But you want to say something?
Technically.
I mean, technically it's feasible, yes, sir.
George Kazantzis, I'm an employee of the Lundy's management group. The soffit that runs across the whole building has already underlights that are shutting down. They have been destroyed over a period of time. We are going to replace them. The reason we ask for the sconces is because half of the building has them and the other half does not.
I thought it was just those big entry cubes.
That is not, yes, they are, every entrance has a sconce on either side. However, if you go on the Ocean Avenue, wrapping around to Emmons, half of the building has sconces that were approved on a previous application by Mr. Gary Silvers, architect. All we ask, if we're going to have sconces, let's have them uniform and similar throughout the building, or take them out completely, either way.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, we can close the hearing. Comments? Yes, John?
Well, it seems that on the lighting question, they just gave us an option if we feel that there's too much. There is lighting, they're replacing the lighting underneath the eaves, so there will be lighting there. So we could just say, well, why not kill the sconces completely? Rather than putting in 35 or whatever it is, new sconces, give them the consistency they're looking for, but just saying, why don't we just get rid of all of them?
Right, so, sorry, I understand. So remove the sconces, but then where are you recommending the lighting would be?
We've already got lighting in the soffits of the overhanging eaves at the perimeter.
Okay.
Yeah,
do we think these, I mean, leaving aside the number, do we think the idea of having sconces is inappropriate or not?
Well, the idea of having however many there are, what is it, 35, 40 sconces? It seems a bit excessive.
I think if there's an option that's more restorative versus one that's less restorative, I think the more restorative one should be given preference.
Right.
And if there weren't sconces originally, I don't think the sconces are necessarily inappropriate. They don't shout
But
as
what is
being
the more restorative is having...
It would be taking out the sconces that were approved at a later date and having the building restored to a uniformly sconce-less, except for at the entries, let's say, version.
Right.
I mean, and if they're okay with it, what the heck? Save them a couple of bucks.
I don't have any strong feelings.
It was their own suggestion, so.
Right.
I mean, I pay particular attention to it because it seems like with the parking lot lighting and the lighting under the eaves, it's, you know, it's a stadium.
The building ought to glow.
Yeah,
All that
it's
lighting.
more like a stadium than it is a restaurant.
Okay, but allow for the sconces around the entrances, because that's when it marks it. Commissioners
What was that?
think that's a reasonable...
Leave the sconces at the entries, where they are now.
Leave them at the entrance?
Right, so I think the question, if this is what happens going forward, they would just be removing the request for the sconces. It's not something we would need to act on, right?
Unless we're introducing sconces around the entrances.
Well, they're already there.
Oh, they're already
I think they're already there.
The ones around the entrances are there, and there are some others, right? And they volunteered to take, they said they just want consistency. They would volunteer to take off the other ones.
Well, they don't need a permit from us. Those were approved. They could remove them and just patch, so they can... So I guess that's the question, if they confirm that that's what they want to do.
I just wanted to clarify, the fixtures that are at the soffit are not, it's not a floodlight, it's actually a recessed square fixture that's flush mounted, so I don't know, I mean, they're all broken now, so we don't know the extent to which they light the facade, but that's the fixture that he was referring to.
Right, and he said they were replacing them.
Yes.
Right.
Right, but I'm just
Great
curious
idea.
about the lighting, which is...
They just recessed. They already recessed. It's not like the.
Right,
They
right,
already
but this is-
recessed.
but that's-
These are not the, yeah.
Right, but those are the ones that they're introducing, which is the ones that you were talking about, that already exist right now?
Yeah,
or
they're
it's
up in the soffits.
That's what
along
I'm
the entire
describing.
stretch?
Right, the overhang.
Okay.
And they have to be replaced. So if you're replacing them now, you can put in a fixture there that'll...
But why is
You know,
that
you can do
historic?
surgery by those
Why is that
things.
historically?
It's not, but it's there already. So the question is...
Right,
you
there are
know,
also sponsors there already. So I'm just
Right.
trying to understand whether that's the...
No,
I can understand having a sort of a minimal approach.
Right.
It's it covers an entire block, so there should be some lighting. And how to make that lighting work so it's safe but doesn't overwhelm the building.
I think the
I'm
argument
just
would
curious
be
about this idea of this lighting underneath.
in the soffits.
Yeah, and I don't know how that reads either, for that
Well, I
matter.
mean, maybe they could look at it with staff. I mean, it's, either either the soffit is a continuous horizontal surface, let's say with like a beadboard soffitting, or it's got little rafter tails, like decorative rafter tails of some kind. I mean, I'm sure the staff, either you could do a very simple linear LED, which would be very minimal, which we've done a lot of, or they could replace these with hi-hats. I think in any case, you're looking at something that would be less visually impactful on the vertical surface of the building. I don't know. I mean, I guess they could talk to staff about it. If they're there already, they wouldn't need a permit. They would just be replacing them.
I don't know. I mean, I can understand one thing if we don't want to have so many sconces and spacing them out differently.
You're worried that the lighting on the soffit's too much?
Yeah, I just don't know, and I don't know what the hardware is, and so I'm just,
So maybe they should just come back and show us.
Right.
I don't know if it's I know, it's like,
Yeah, but how
This
how
feels
much
like a
stuff
weird
can we
thing
have
when you
accumulating on this
I
building?
think you want to have something which is more at a pedestrian level, so I don't know, I'm not sure. I think that's the best solution. Sorry. Go ahead, Fred, and then Michael.
But I'm also reminded that we don't regulate lighting per se. We regulate the light fixtures. So that's an odd.
Yes, that is, okay.
But,
Right.
So, but I do think what I just said is right. Illuminating this building from the eaves is a very inelegant way of rendering this beautiful old building, and I would think it would be more elegantly done from below, raking up. It would accentuate the historical character, but I don't know that we do that. So I'm just stating that from experience of lighting buildings myself.
I don't think the soffit lighting is any less elegant than having these blobs at every bay on this building. It's an individual landmark that has such an accumulation of detritus on it at this point that the building behind all this stuff is almost secondary. And I also don't understand the argument about the awnings. If the retractable awnings can be pulled into the building in case of a storm, I don't know why that's any better than a stationary awning that can be removed in place of a storm. The logic is escaping me, so I see no reason to change the awnings.
Yeah, just on the awnings, what I gathered was that it wasn't about what happens during a storm, it's just that because it's on the water, they're just higher gust winds, and the fixed awning keeps it more in place than the non-fixed awnings. That's what I gathered. All right. So yes.
Want to say something?
I think that the applicants, after some difficulty, shown some good intentions to make the building, to improve the building, and I think personally, I agree with Fred in terms of the lighting being inelegant in the soffit, but it's there, and all things being equal, I'd rather see less new stuff than more new stuff, and if allowing them to reactivate existing lights results in less new stuff, then I think that's a good thing. Also, let's be mindful of the fact that along with this application is a request to put in additional lighting on top of the canopies, up lighting at each bay, an LED linear fixture that would go above each canopy, above each window to shine up, as well as the sconces. Am I missing something? I thought I saw that. That's on 19th Street only? Oh, my mistake. Okay, good. All right, so I saw that one. Okay, so good. So it's just, okay, well, there you go. I think there's an awful lot of lighting.
I agree there's awful.
I think if we could reduce it, that'd be fine. I'd be happy to let staff work it out. But I think that reducing it with the goal of having the building to be as much like it was as possible. I think on the other hand, for me, the canvas canopies aren't particularly problematic. We do them fairly frequently. I would ask that the staff look into the color. If there is evidence for them having been consistently green for some odd reason as opposed to this, I'd say that we should probably try to stick to that. But if that was just someone's recollection of what they used to be at one time, then I don't think it's important. And I think the parking lot lights should be painted black, just so that they match the rest of the metalwork.
Okay, other comments? All right, yeah, no, other yes, okay.
In terms of the lighting, there is this existing soffit lighting that they've described that runs around the eaves of at least the three facades. They would do away with that so it wouldn't be restoring those as well as installing these new fixtures. They would prefer just to go with a fixture, and they could then eliminate the soffit lighting.
Right, and what about the opposite, which is, I mean, I'm not going to, if the rest of the commissioners feel the soffit lighting is a better approach, that would be okay too, because that's what they said, right? That they would also just do the soffit lighting.
Well, their preference is for the canisters,
right?
But your proposal from them right now
is remove the soffit, yeah,
and have just the
correct sconces, correct.
Yeah. Does anyone know what actually was the original lighting for the building?
Apparently, based on photographs, there weren't any fixtures, lighting fixtures. The soffit, I can't determine when that was installed.
Okay.
Been soffit lighting before the sconces, correct?
The building's from 36, so, you know.
But there weren't sconces
Well-
originally.
I mean, yes, in the photo, in the.
The other thing is Michael
The
was
sconces
Michael
were
was
just
talking about-
approved. a
Oh,
few
yes,
years
those
ago,
fixtures,
right?
yes, those were just approved
So
a few years
clearly, the
ago.
soffit lighting existed long before the sconces
Correct.
did.
If anything,
That's correct.
yeah.
Right, but not maybe historical, yeah.
Again, if we're going to have any sconces, not only just because it kind of just draws attention away from, I mean, you end up looking at the lighting, not the building. But for the point of just getting people to the entrances, it makes sense to only have something at entrances rather than having a whole row of sconces, you know?
It sounds like some people are opposed to the sconces, but are okay with more lighting. Some are opposed to the soffit. What if they just did that LED uplight everywhere and got rid of the sconces and got rid of the soffits, and they'd have more light, and no one would see it.
You'd have at least 2 votes, yours and mine.
You'd uplight the building. I don't know, I'm just trying to work within the vocabulary that they've given us to address some thoughts.
Yeah, I think.
See what I mean?
Where's, sorry, where?
All right, go to the other side, where
the
you have the
building,
uplight.
Like
Got
you
lost
would,
track of the
like
lighting.
the public library or something, you know?
Wrong way. Okay, so, right, there's that pointer, you need it. To the left there on drawing number 4, you have the LED going up. See that?
Yeah, on the west elevation?
I don't see your
Pointer's, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is, right there.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Right? So
Yeah.
if you did that everywhere else and got rid of the sconces, you'd have your uplighting per Fred. You could get rid of the soffit lights per everybody else, and you could get rid of the sconces, and you'd have tons of light.
But I don't know what you're, but what? But just,
You could do one on the bottom and one on the top, I don't know. I'm just trying to get rid of the sconces and give them their light.
so you hate the sconces?
No, I'm not, I don't hate them. I think that our practice has been to try to minimize things like
Yeah.
that. And if there's a way to do it without doing it, to give them what they want without having the visible architectural feature that is the light.
Well, does it have to be, yeah,
There's basically 2 ways to do it, with a soffit or with an uplight. I mean, you know, depending on what your desire.
No, you could do it,
appearance.
the other thing you could do is you could do a sidewalk mounted floodlight, but
I
that
didn't-
involves the city
Yeah,
and
that's-
forget it.
I think that's too intrusive too.
I would agree there's a lot of lighting on this, and it just seems totally unnecessary.
Work with staff to reduce it.
But I think we have to give them some guidance. So, honestly, all this lighting on the west elevation, I don't even know if that's necessary. To me, I'll accept less lighting, but to me, a simpler solution is just reduce the number of sconces overall and not fuss too much with much of any other lighting, let the soffit lighting go, and maybe the tower, but I don't know why we have to have these uplights also on the west elevation. Because they said it's sort of drawing the attention to this entrance, which is sort of off the beaten track, and that was the reason. And, the tower is an elevator. So I just think that amount of illumination seems a lot on the side street, but no, we're not getting anywhere. Wait, I think we can resolve this issue here. I don't think it's necessary for them to come back. But okay, I'm just going to put the suggestion.
You've said option 1 would be just reduce number of sconces, period.
Yes.
Period.
Well, also, and maybe on the western elevation, don't have so much, of the uplight.
Uplighting.
Yeah.
That would involve also removing the soffit lights.
Yeah, and removing the soffit lights.
And so in that case, would you have them take out all the sconces or half the sconces, or because then you get into the problem of consistency, which was their thing at the outset. Before they unsaid what they said, they were saying consistency is what they were going for. So then, how do you get that consistency?
Okay.
And I think another suggestion that we could have, do the LEDs under the canopies pointing down, so that you would have no visible light, you'd have light in every bay, you wouldn't see it, you wouldn't be uplighting the building, but you'd be uplighting the storefront, you'd be uplighting the sidewalk, you'd have, it would kind of cone out.
So it'll be underneath the awning.
Right, so it'd be like here.
Sconces going away.
The lighting would be over.
Going away,
Actually,
sconces going away.
and everybody will live with that? Okay. All right.
But you won't see it.
Won't see it, right?
No.
It'll be lit, and we're okay with the other uplighting on the western elevation?
Lighting designer experts. Yes.
Or lighting fixture placement
We're
experts.
redesigning an entire
An individual landmark.
So, yes, 25 fewer holes, is that what you said? Okay. All right, does that make sense? Okay, are we okay with the fixed awnings? Okay. All right. Is it, Michael, do you have to?
I would be okay with the fixed awnings if they investigated the historic color.
Okay, so why don't we just ask them to work with staff
I
on
agree with that. Why not?
appropriate, more historically based color, and, if red is a part of that, and they show that to staff, then it's fine, but otherwise they can go to something that is more.
Yeah, the guy with testimony said that they were.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we have to be somewhat consistent, right? I mean, I do.
If it turns out that red was okay, red's okay.
So be it, yeah.
If it turns out that there is no consistency, then red certainly,
And
looks
they
nice.
can choose, as we often do, for that reason.
I think given that the commission has supported this before, I really feel it's difficult for us to say, well, suddenly, like, no, we don't like it anymore. There may be changes to the actual pattern, but I think we're talking about a color against this building, and if we found it appropriate before, I'm not sure why we're saying today it's not appropriate. So still, we can ask them to continue to work with staff on that aspect. How's that? Okay.
The punt.
Just so I'm clear, I'm sorry. So is the proposal is to do downlighting from underneath the canopies?
Yes.
And the applicant would be required to remove existing sconces and the existing soffit lighting?
Yes. Or
Okay.
not.
Do you want to leave I mean,
I thought you did.
think anybody was having a hard time with the existing sconces that the LPC approved at the entrances.
At the entrance.
Right, but there's more than just at the entrances.
Yes,
And
they're on
so-
the side
and so they would be
streets.
removing those.
Side streets, right.
Okay. I just want to make, so this is what the applicants, this is the package, okay? Want to make sure we're all clear, okay?
Yes. I think that's good. It's just, it'll regularize it. They'll have enough lighting, and some of it is what they already have, and some of it is, we're adding some new things there. Okay, you? All right, Wellington, it's you.
Okay.
And we're.
Rather simple. In the matter of 1901 Emmons Avenue, otherwise known as Lundy Brothers Restaurant Building, individual landmark, the application is to install awnings, light fixtures, and signage. I recommend approval, finding that the installation of the proposed awnings and canopies will not cause the loss or damage to any significant architectural features, that the proposed fixed awnings featuring red canvas, straight slopes, and enclosed sides are reminiscent of retractable awnings that were historically found on this building.
Okay,
And
I'm sorry. I don't want to, I have to interrupt.
Sure.
Let's just make a few edits to this before we read on the record. Okay.
Okay.
All right, we will do that in a few minutes.
Okay.
And in the meantime, do you want to just do the other action? is at the entrance, right? That's it. No, and there's the. But actually, come to us with this. But it's the. We No, we just said no, but we'll move that. But we just said that the admin and the awnings. This is a little complicated because there's certain things that are in play that are were already approved, and there are things that we've suggested which are not really before us right now. So it's a little bit confusing in trying to explain what the commission will accept as lighting, lighting on the building. Okay.
So, do you want that up through here? Those don't give, right? Stop this. Now we put this here.
Okay.
And at the installation of lights underneath the awnings and retention of sconces.
That the installations of lights underneath the awnings and retention of sconces at the entrances will not detract from the significant features of the landmark. Is that the landmark? Or is that?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And that the existing sconces, except for those at the entrances, will be removed. That the installation of the proposed menu boxes and signage at the Emmons Avenue and East 19th Street facade will not cause damage to any significant architectural features of the building and are well scaled for the building and will not overwhelm the facades. And that the presence of pole-mounted light fixtures with integrated security cameras installed at the parking lot at the back of the building will be set back far from the rear facade and will not detract from the building or the landmark site.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved with modifications.
Yeah, so we're going to go back to 60 Norfolk Street. So, that was item number 3, docket number 1913-310, 60 Norfolk Street, the Beth Hamerdash Hagodol Synagogue, originally Norfolk Street Baptist Church, individual landmark.
Yeah, so Commissioners, I've distributed proposed findings that I believe reflect the conversation that we had at the hearing. So we can talk about those and we can, review them. And if we want to talk about changes, obviously those can be made as well.
All right, thank you, Mark. I think everybody's received it. Yes, some changes?
Well, I think, speaking for myself, my concern is to make sure that we're monitoring things closely as they go forward, and that we're not drawing a sharp line here at the same time. So in I guess there's when we talk about minimizing the amount of material that must be removed, work shall continue to and only to a point where it's feasible to stabilize the facades. I don't really want to say that we go to wherever one engineer drew a line, because it may very well be that things stabilize before you get to that line, and then we'd stop there.
So it should read, shall continue only to a point where it's feasible to stabilize facades, okay?
Right. Right. And then they also wanted to make sure that when we talk about removal, that it's going to be closely monitored by a commission's engineer on site or
Right, so
something
that
to that
the
effect.
last finding would be that the removal will be closely monitored on site by the commission's engineer.
Right.
Can I make one more request? The significant architectural features and finished materials will be salvaged.
Okay, so I wanted to actually talk about that. That's a question because there'd been talk in the discussion about salvaging the underlying stone, and I just wanted to remind the commissioners that that stone was covered up by stucco in the alteration that for the synagogue, and so that reconstruction, it's not really the stone that's significant. It was the stucco facade, that the redesign of those
Was
towers.
the stone not originally part of the way it appeared? Was it
It
always
was original to the
stucco?
building. It was original to the building as constructed in 1850 when the synagogue redesigned it. When they took it over by removing it, they stuccoed those. They put stucco around the tower. So that's why I wanted to make sure that I wasn't sure that there was really a need to sort of salvage the stone underneath if stucco was in fact the material, the significant material that had been designated in association with the synagogue. So I just wanted, so that's why I wrote this to be the features such as the banding and other features that might be able to be retained.
Yeah, but which is particularly poignant because those changes were made, the stucco was added in like
1870s, yeah.
1885, something like that?
Yeah. Right, so that's what it became. You know, the crenellation was removed, and it was stucco. That sort of stone was all stuccoed on those towers in 1870.
I guess what that suggests is that after the stabilization occurs and they come back for whatever they are going to do, it depends on, I guess, how much is left, but it goes to what we would envision in the best case as a restoration aspect of the west facade, right?
Right.
Well, it's I think the intent here is to have the options in the future, right? So we don't know what it's going to be. They'll come back to us, and it could be restorative, it could be ruins, it could be something else, right?
But if all the stone is pitched in a dumpster and taken away.
Right, but I think that let's. Right, but let's imagine.
So then we can talk, yeah.
But let's imagine they were proposing to reconstruct the building. In a different scenario, the towers were removed, and they wanted to reconstruct them. We would not require them to be reconstructed by putting
brownstone and then a layer of stucco.
We wouldn't put brick and then the brownstone and then stucco. We would require something else. So that's why I'm asking that question. Okay, so
valid question. I mean, look, I think that
because it's obviously a big task to
at
have
this
them,
stage when the situation is so fluid and when the possibilities for mistakes is so high, I don't think it's bad for us to be a bit more circumspect in the preparation of a resolution, knowing that, all right, let's see what's left after we're done. But I think the more that's left after we're done, the more options they have, and we and the city has to see about putting something back. Who knows? Maybe the stucco's all going to fall off, and they can come back with a proposal to put it back in the 1870 version. I don't know. All you're talking about really is increasing your salvage costs by having to put some stones on a pallet somewhere and numbering them. I think that you're talking about a relatively small quantity. You're talking about the two towers and what's left of the front facade and whatever else you can pick out of the dumpster, out of the ash. It's not a lot.
if people want us to do that, then I think we could change the significant architectural features and material.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, and finished material, just to exclude the notion
Finished
of brick.
materials, and finished
They
material.
don't bother salvaging every brick.
Okay.
Or timbers that were concealed by plaster.
Okay. Okay. So I think I have unless there's any more comments, I have something here. Yes, Diane?
Well, I just wanted to ask if it would be, like, you mean just examples of the finished materials, or like
It says
lots?
significant architectural features and significant and finished materials. That means that if they can salvage, for instance, that band of quatrefoil, whatever it's made out of, or
Yeah.
the molding around an arched window, they should try to do
Sure,
it.
sure.
That's what Mark's statement was. That's an architectural feature.
Yes.
I'm just saying go further and save the finished skin when there was a finished skin, and that would really only apply to the two towers and the western facade and the steps.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify.
Does
Thanks.
someone want to read this?
Yes, it's Fred.
Fred.
So it's close by.
So Fred, hold on. Wait, hold on. Where's the? Sorry, I'm sorry. This is.
Okay, I think this is good.
Hold on, let's put this back here. Right. So read this. This is. You don't need to read all of this. It's too much stuff to read.
The other thing it does by adding that phrase is it makes them go a little bit slower.
I would not read any of this stuff. I would just read. Just go right to it.
Just another way of saying it.
So read this, and then. Yeah.
Okay. In the matter of 60 Norfolk Street, the Beth Hamerdash Hagodol Synagogue, originally the Norfolk Street Baptist Church, an individual landmark. This is an application to demolish the building. I recommend approval in part as follows: that the building suffered a serious fire that significantly damaged the building, that portions of the building, especially on the west, north, and south facades, are structurally unsound and unsafe and need to be removed, and other portions need to be assessed for the feasibility of retaining them, that the work will be done carefully to minimize the amount of material that must be removed and shall continue only to a point where it is feasible to stabilize the facades, that significant architectural features and finished material will be salvaged where feasible, and that the removal will be closely monitored on site by the Commission's engineer.
Can I just want to clarify that this is an approval with modifications? So.
Yes.
Sure, right.
It's an approval?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, you said approval in part?
He said
Okay.
approval in part, yeah.
All right, I didn't hear that. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved in part. Thank you. That ends today's
Okay.
session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.